For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
This is the Big O Show.
There's many ways to support our program, from subscribing and liking the show to visiting our terrific sponsors. Another way is using Cash App. If you would like to donate to the show and help us grow, download Cash App and search Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. We appreciate your support as we continue to build the best sports show on the planet for South Florida sports fans. Support the Big O Show by using Cash App and donate to Cash Big O Show. Thank you for your incredibly loyal support.
This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Good morning, boys and girls. Yes, sir. It's a Friday. You made it. The weekend is here. We're a weekend closer to Dolphin football. We've got football tomorrow, taking on the Alabama Crimson Tide. I wish I felt confident. It's one of those screwy things, right? Because on the football side, things are getting better, I feel, on the professional side. On the college side, I still have no idea where we're at. You know what I mean? Is it the same old, or is there going to be some kind of progress? And I don't know how much I guess we'll get a little bit of a feel for what kind of progress they've made tomorrow against Alabama, against the number one team in the country. And listen, I know that they've got to replace a bunch of people that went into the draft, and Miami's got a couple of big pieces that they lost in the draft too, but not as much as Alabama. Problem is Alabama's way ahead of Miami at this point. You know what I mean? And Miami's program has been trying to get over that hump for a long time now, and we've been patiently waiting and waiting and waiting. I don't know if we're patiently waiting anymore. I think we're impatient already at this point because it's taken way too long. You know, that's been the problem right now for the University of Miami. They've taken too long to get back to respectability. And we're talking 15 plus years now of this going on, because it was the early 2000s where their run ended, where they were actually a really good team. After that, they have been middle of the road to mediocre overall. Bad, really, by UM standards. They've been bad, because UM standards, you're supposed to be one of the elite teams in the country. And I don't know how many of you are actually going into this game with a ton of confidence, but I have zero confidence. Zero confidence. My confidence is so poor with Manny Diaz that I you know me, man. I'm pretty honest. I laugh at people that try to make a case for Miami to win. Seriously. I start smiling. I start laughing, because it's almost, the way I see it, it's almost impossible. You need miracles. You know, two of their quarterbacks have got to go down. Not one, but two. They've got to have like 18 injuries on the game. Saban has to have the worst game he's ever called. They had to have turned over the ball a whole bunch of times. I don't know how they win this game, because they don't have the better players and they don't have the better coaching staff. They don't even have home field advantage. It would have been nice at Hard Rock, and a packed Hard Rock, and everybody's rooting for the Canes, or at least most people would have been rooting for the Canes, because I'm sure some Bama fans would have snuck in there. But in Atlanta, oh, dude, this is going to be all Alabama. What, maybe 5% Canes? Maybe. That's where I have a problem right now, because in a way, when I try to talk up the Canes, or I'm BSing myself. I'm lying. That's how I feel. That's why I laugh. That's why I smile. That's why I smirk when somebody starts talking about it, because I feel like they're trying to convince themselves that the Canes can win the game. But deep down inside, you know they're not going to win the game. In other words, when I start thinking that the Canes can win tomorrow, you know what ends up happening.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
It's how I feel, the person that starts to try to make a case that Miami has a chance, or even if somebody goes out of their way to actually predict that Miami is going to win. I mean, come on, dude. How many drugs are you taking? What kind of drugs are you taking? We got to make sure the Eiffel Tower is on, because, you know, if the Eiffel Tower is not on, then, you know, it's not really, you know, it's not a complete show without the Eiffel Tower lighting it all up. But anyway, it just that's kind of how I am right now, a little over 24 hours away from the game. Incredibly nervous. Just not looking forward to it, because I just feel like I'm going to feel terrible at the end of the game. Like one of those Clemson routes, you know, that kind of stuff. Like you're going to sit there and it's just another reminder of how far they are from actually being elite again. But listen, if any of you want to try to make a case for me and try to convince me, you're more than welcome on the YouTube chat board, on the email at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. I was actually answering some emails yesterday for a bunch of the folks that follow the program. And thank you all out there, as always, for tuning in and supporting us. We really appreciate it this morning. We appreciate it every single day, and the downloads and everything. Just, record numbers every day. So thank you again so much for the incredible support you all are showing us here on the show. You're helping us grow this thing to the point where we need to get to, so we can really, absolutely create something that, South Florida sports fans around the world can actually gather around and constantly count on. So I appreciate all of you out there for that. So that's how I am on a Friday. I feel good. I'm in a good mood. But tomorrow I just kind of feel that by, 7 in the evening, I'm not, I think by 5:30, I'm not going to be feeling good. I think by halftime, I'm not going to be feeling good, to be honest with you. The other thing, the one thing that bothers me about this matchup, and it's not something like it's this big thing, but I feel for the young man. I also feel like the weight of the world is on De'Aaron King. Don't you all out there feel that? Because he's clearly the best player and the most impactful player and the most important player. Normally, the quarterback is always the most important player. But it's on this team, the quarterback becomes even bigger because of the lack of elite talent on this team. Or at least elite known talent, because they have recruited some kids that, who knows, maybe they turn into absolute studs. I hope so. But that's one thing that when I'm going into this matchup, I feel for De'Aaron King, because it's almost like he has to go out there and play an absolutely perfect game just for them to be somewhat competitive, if they can even be competitive. But you also know that without De'Aaron King playing at an incredibly high level, coming off a knee injury against the number one team in the country, they have no shot. So that's the other thing that I really feel for De'Aaron King in that sense. Okay, yeah, I know he's making his NIL money and he's a good kid and he's playing football, and these are the moments that he's, built for, right? But wow, dude, right off the shoot, right off of rehab from a knee, the first game you got to play is Alabama. You got to face Nick Saban. That's a hell of a test right now for De'Aaron King. And it's almost like he's got to be the savior, or if not, it's not going to end up working out, man. Feel for the kid. I really do. I think he gets a lot of pressure going in. By the way, today, Omar Kelly will join us at 9:15. That's why we started at 9 a.m., because Omar needed to do it a little earlier, so we adjusted, and we can do that on this show. Normally, Inside the Paint is on Wednesdays at 10 a.m., but again, we had to call an audible, so we moved it up to Friday, which is today, and Inside the Paint will go on between 10 and 11 with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At 12:30, Manny Navarro is going to join us, and he'll break down this UM-Alabama game. I will ask him, what's the scenario? What's it going to take for Miami to win? Because I almost feel like Alabama has to be a complete screw-up in order for Miami to win this game. I don't even think they can compete, to be honest with you. But I told you guys, I'll be impressed if they keep it within the 20. Because right now, going into that game, Canes are 19.5-point underdogs. The over and under is 61. The Canes are plus 705. Alabama is minus 1,010. Wow. So that if you see how I feel, forget about how I feel, okay? Because some of you, I know how it is, right? I'm not high on the Canes and Manny Diaz, so I'm a hater. I'm high on the Dolphins and Brian Flores, so I'm a homer. I get all of that. It can't be that I'm objective about both, but it's because I'm a hater in one and I'm a homer in the other. I understand, dude. For many years, I was labeled a Dolphin hater, right? Years later now, you probably all realize that I was just right about how bad they were, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It's all good. But Vegas, who knows a lot more than you and I, and they have a tendency of being around that number and they know what the hell they're doing. They got Miami down by 19.5, and Alabama is 1,010 minus 1,010 favorite. That's scary, dude. That means they don't give UM a shot in hell at winning this game. I mean, hell, you're plus 705. Damn. You can make some bank with UM if they can actually win this game. I wish this was those early days when UM was kind of underrated and under the radar. Is there any chance that could be the case again? That Manny Diaz is better than what he's been the last 2 years? That this program is on the brink of breaking through like it did in the early 80s? Is that the case? Any of you feel that? I mean, that's the only way that's the case. With a young Bernie Kosar and company. God, would be nice, right? Would be really, really nice. By the way, Steve Chapman, Studley by you, coming in first as always. Says, good morning. Looking forward to another great show. 9 and counting. Talk about 9 days and counting till the Miami Dolphins take the field. Let's see. Brooklyn Rob is in. He says, can never beat Chapman, but I will take second. Brooklyn, I got to tell you, Brooklyn Rob, I'm very disappointed in our stellar. Not climbing the way I expected to climb. I needed it. I was all right with the consolidation because it happened to every coin pretty much. But our boys at Stellar have not bounced back the way I thought they would, actually. Making a little money right now, but not enough, man. Not enough. Jamie Zaria says, good morning, Big O from San Jose, California. Damn, Jamie, it is early, dude. I appreciate you immensely, man. Wow. Damn. Looking forward to it. Thank you. 3-day weekend. Nice. There you go. John Rouse is in the house. Omar Lopez in. Duke Tomlinson. Big Rig. Chris Ike in. He reminds everybody to smash the like button. Please smash the hell out of that like button. GP Trap is in. David Naughton says, good morning. Outside of the Bama game, do you think the Canes will have a good season? Yeah, they should, David. They should. You should win every other game that's left on the schedule. You know, David, I've said this 1,000 times. I can deal with the loss to Alabama. I can. Maybe I don't want to deal with a 50-point loss, but, you know, if you lose to Alabama, I understand. I'm good with that. I can live with it because realistically, they're not supposed to win this game. You can't lose North Carolina, dude. The entire season, David, comes down to you winning all your other games, and you better beat North Carolina. That's it. That's how I'm measuring Manny this year. Manny will have one hell of a season if he wins every game except Alabama. I'm not holding the Alabama game against Manny. I don't expect him to have the kind of team to compete against Alabama. So I can live with that loss. I can deal with it. I don't want to deal with a complete ugly-ass blowout, one of those 58-3 type Clemson blowouts. That I don't want. But I can deal with the loss. What he can't do is lose against North Carolina. It's pretty simple. You lose against North Carolina, it's the same old Canes. Because the rest of the schedule isn't impressive. So you're not beating anybody that's impressive. So North Carolina that's how I'm going to measure you this year. That at least you've gotten to the point where you can be considered the second best team in the conference. That's it. That's how I look at this season. It's up to all the other games on the schedule, not the Alabama game. You got to take care of business. You don't do that, it's Manny is what he's been the last 2 years. Not the guy, can't get a team ready, can't get him over the hump. You got to make a change. But remember, there's no shot in him getting fired this year. 0. So you're wasting your time demanding him get fired or anything like that if he doesn't have a good season. There's no way they fire him. He'll be here at least another 2 years. At least. And obviously, if he does well, hopefully he's here 20 years. But if he does poorly or he does what he's done the last couple of years for the next 2 years, then I can see him after years 4 or 5 when he could get, they could make a change. That could happen. Let's see. Brooklyn Rob says, Ethereum, bro, on the way to 4,000. Glad I bought the dip, sitting pretty. Yes, definitely. I've been sitting on a lot of Ethereum for a while. I can't wait. Feister 83 or Peister, I don't know how you want me to pronounce it. Says, who's getting danked today? So we got the ghost, we got the bat, and danked. Okay, there we go. Dino DeMarco, good morning, sir. Hawaiian Punch is in. Frank Ruiz says, I feel we've never been the same since the sanctions. Yeah, it's been they haven't been the same since the beginning of the 2000s, my brother. Right after the year after the Ohio State loss and all that, that's it. They've never been the same after that. Susie comes in. I got the same problem with the Knowles, and happy Friday. Yeah, I know, Susie, right? It's so weird that UM and FSU are just run-of-the-mill teams, man. That's what they are. It's what FSU and UM are. They're nothing, man. They're Jags in football. They were royalty in college football. Now they're just another team, man. Sucks. It really does. Sucks for both. I want to see Miami, and I want to see Florida State be elite. It's fun, man. Monster says, go root for Bama, Big O. I got it, bro. You're a pussy and you can't handle the truth. I got that, bro. So you act like a little pathetic fan. And oh, he's telling the truth about my team. I can't handle it. Oh, Monster Mikkel, I can't handle it. My emotions. I'm so sensitive. This is not the show for you, dude. This is not the show for pussies. So you might as well move on, man. You know what I mean? Go listen to QAM. They've got to kiss UM's ass. Why don't you do that? Play Action 7 in. Hawaiian Punch. Ryan Woolridge in. Carl R. says, good morning from New Zealand. Yeah, the Kiwis are in. I love it. Let's see. What else do we have here? There's a fine line between hater and homer. Ryan Woodridge says, Big O, what's your thoughts on Al Harris and Charles Woodson going into the Packers Hall of Fame? Not a problem. How would you not put him in? I think you should put Al Harris in twice. One for the player, one for the hair. Because the hair wasn't Al Harris the one that had the long ass dreads that went down like halfway down his jersey though? He had some cool ass hair, man. If that's him, I want his hair also in the ring. Let's see, what else do we have? Susie says, not a Saban fan. He tried to turn the Dolphins into a high-powered college team, never recovered after Saban. Well, Susie, we're recovering just fine right now. So don't worry about it. Great days are ahead for the Dolphins. Don't worry about it. Canes, well, not so much because you got Manny. But Chris and the boys have got it going on. Go to Viola says, who's our running back for UM? Same kid? Yes. Cameron Harris. And they'll use the other young guys too. But I like Cameron Harris, man. Tough kid, runs hard. I admire Cameron Harris. I really do, man. I like him a lot. Not an elite back, but, man, he brings the lunch pail. Dougie Fresh, good morning. To Fins fans, conspiracy lovers, and danks to be dunked. Greg Sportwood says, what was the move that made Miami when you said, okay, they have turned the corner, the Greer promotion? Yes, the Greer promotion. Well, because, I wanted the Greer promotion. So, yeah, because I knew that he was old school style and that he would tear it all down and build it from inside out. And that's exactly what he's done. And look at the results. And he already found the coach. All we need now is, I know he found the quarterback, but officially we need Tua to go out there and ball out. And if he does, then I think you got, something that the Miami Dolphins have never had. They've never had a general manager that actually can find a coach and a quarterback, which would be just an absolutely freaking amazing thing. Jason Lohr, thank you, sir. A little love on the super chat. And SEC Home Theater also some love on the super chat. He says, good morning, Big O. Weapon X chiming in from Vegas. Go Canes, heading back to Atlanta in time for the Bama game. Love you, bro. Go Canes. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Weapons X. And I appreciate you chiming in on the super chat. All right, let's do this. Let's talk a little Miami Dolphins football. Yes, he is here. Omar Kelly. And the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report is next.
The Big O Radio Show is home for the hardcore Dolphins fan. That's why we give you Omar Kelly twice a week. Buckle up. It's time for the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show.
There we go. There he is.
What up, Big O? Hey, just let me know. Can you hear me good?
Oh, we hear you good, bro.
Okay, good. Then all right.
All right. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. That's the beauty of all of this, man. We can do mobile. We have a little flexibility. You know what I mean? We're digital, so we're not tied to anything. You know what I mean? We can adjust. Today we have insight. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. It's all good. I mean, we love our live audience, but obviously the majority of the audience is all digital and on demand and all that stuff. So that's why things can move around a little bit. So how you doing on a Friday? You doing all right? You doing good? You feeling good,
man? I went to my first concert performance in the pandemic last night. My boy is a Maya fan. Went to a Maya concert, 2 guys.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's not a big deal. If you like her music, who cares, man?
That's true.
I mean, aren't you secure with your sexuality, dude? I mean, give me a break.
I am absolutely.
You're not gonna wear a pink shirt, bro? Really? Seriously? Right?
No, I used to have a pink shirt. I used to rock it in junior high. Like, I loved my pink shirt.
Right.
Pink polo too.
You know how many Inter Miami pink shirts I have, dude? We're good, bro. I can wear, it's not a big deal, man. It's if you love the music, you love the music. She's a talent, man. I mean, it's not like you're going to go see some schmuck. She's got skills, dude. So
and ages well and still sexy. I was quite impressed with how sexy she was at still 40. Not a lot of people can carry that.
You see, there you go. That's like watching Sade on stage, and you're like, damn, dude.
Yeah,
she's in her 50s. Really? Like,
I would love to see Sade. That's a good thought. Good goal now.
Yes, that's a bucket list right there. If you can watch, she just doesn't tour a ton, so you have to catch her whenever she does, and maybe you have to travel. Because sometimes we don't get a fair shake down here in South Florida sometimes, man.
No, I don't know why, and I wish somebody would change that. But yeah, we don't get a fair shake. I wish the Hard Rock or somebody would change that.
Well, it's not a matter of that. It's the artists, the expenses. Because we're in that peninsula, they have to come all the way down, and then they have to drive all the way back out again. So it kind of becomes a pain in the ass. A lot of artists, what they do is they start here. So that way they don't have to do the stinking U-turn, and they start here and then they take off and then they go to wherever they're
here. That's true. Or they end here.
And then the demo also kind of hurts us too, because we're so Latin based that I mean, look, you watch the AAA and the BB&T Center, and it's like 2 different arenas. And the acts that they bring, you understand? You'll see more Latin and rap actually go down to the AAA, and you'll see more of the rock go up to the BB&T Center. There's some rock at the AAA, but it's really mostly rock and country that goes up to the BB&T Center. You know what I mean? And so it's kind of a weird thing, and I think the demo also affects us a little bit too for certain bands. I know for rock it hurts big time, and more than anything else. I think more than any other genre, rock is really hurt. All right, so let's get into a little Miami Dolphins. First of all, were you surprised, or how surprised were you that Robert Jones and Trill Williams ended up making it? I know we had talked about Trill Williams throughout, that he was impressing. He was a borderline guy and all that. So obviously he made it in, but Robert Jones, and obviously they've made such an enormous investment in the line, and here's another kid that they're trying to see if they can develop. Did I lose you? Ooh, look at it. See, you got Omar's face is frozen. There we go. It's unfreezing now. There we go. Let's see. Wait a minute. Now, see, it's like that commercial. It's like that commercial of the lady that does the face for the baby. And she, oh my God, I gotta fix it. See, there you go. It's like a commercial. We're in an what is it? Verizon, AT&T. I forgot what company it is, but did you see that? It's like he saw that lady's baby, or he's really looking at me. So we'll try to get Omar on. At 11 a.m., Dudley Durong will be posting a interview, and I joined him last night. I don't know how long the conversation was, but it was 20, 30 minutes or something like that. So just in case, if you guys follow Dudley Durong, Dougie and I did a nice little segment yesterday. We had some fun like we always do. And so make sure you end up getting it. Let's see if we can get Omar back. Omar just looked like he was trying to fart. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's like that AT&T or whatever Verizon commercial, whatever. And when they show the lady, those commercials are actually really good. Let's see. He's trying to connect again. Let's see if we can get him on, but it's not completely connected. Let's see. I'm looking at it here, see when it comes up. Omar needs to get Wi-Fi in his Bentley. By the way, don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button, okay? If you smash watching Omar, if you liked watching Omar have the unhappy face, smash the like button, okay? Big O, why do you guys think Greer really picked Tua over Herbert? Where do you think each will be in 10 years? I think Tua's going to be a baller, my brother. But that's just me. I mean, I'm sorry. I didn't fall for all the crap that went on last year. I was super impressed by Tua last year. Not slightly impressed, not depressed, not calling it mediocre or average. I was incredibly impressed last year by Tua. So I'm a lot different than other people. I think Tua is going to be a monster. Herbert, I still don't know. I know he's a fantastic talent, but I still need to see him in big-time moments. I need to see him win big games. I saw him win no real games last year. That's the thing. Go look at the schedule, and you'll see. I think we have Omar now. Let's see. There we go. I don't know if it's freezing up. He's frozen again. He's frozen again. Anyway, sir, as I've said 1,000 times, I was super impressed with Tua. It wasn't his offense. It wasn't his offensive coordinator. He had no offseason. He was rehabbing a hip. He didn't run the first team. You know, he was coming back from a hip injury as it is. And he threw more touchdowns than interceptions, won more than he lost. I don't know what more people want from the kid. Now it's his offense. It's everything designed around him. They got players for him, all of this stuff. I expect him to take off now. All right, we're going to try again. All right, you remember, you ever seen that commercial where the woman showing the baby to the woman, and then there's a freeze, and she like
that deserves the commercial of the year from a guy who just had a baby. I totally can relate to that commercial.
Well,
You know how many
everybody can
people?
relate to that commercial.
Yeah.
Come
You know
on.
how many people you saw show? We had to show our baby to via,
Zoom.
what, Zoom or something,
Whatever,
some
FaceTime.
streaming site or
Yeah.
FaceTime. Yes, totally can relate to that commercial.
Well, you were that commercial just a minute ago because your face is like, hey, why am I frozen? Somebody said, oh, Omar's trying to fart.
Oh. But you were asking me about Trill Williams and Robert Jones.
Yeah.
Not totally surprised about Trill Williams. It makes sense. He showed flashes. There was a point where they were testing him. It was second team. He got absolutely roasted by Matt Ryan in a joint practice. But you just saw the fight, the commitment, that he's got the athleticism. So he'll probably just be a core special teams player this season, and they'll just continue to see what they have. But I see an Eric Rowe type player from him with some development.
And credit to them, because Nick Needham didn't look like he belonged early on. He looked like he was a disaster. Okay.
What you mean early on, like in camp, or
like 3 years ago? Like, remember that at first, he was getting burned left and right. He was playing terrible. Go back and look at it. He was playing terrible. And they saw something even in the struggles.
No,
and they the kid, and he grew up.
What I remember about Nick Needham is during training camp of 2019, they were just rotating guys, tons of guys rotating in and out. Not Xavier, of course, but everybody. This was before Byron Jones, and Nick Needham was the only rookie that was getting rotated in with the starters, and he'd start like every other third day, and we're like, what are they doing there? Then he didn't make the team, but then he made the practice squad. Then he started playing. Then he started playing well.
Yes.
And basically, he had that good game in Indianapolis, and Flores made the comment to my former coworker Speed Dean, let's not make him a superstar.
Right.
And from there, superstar was born, man. So, Nick Needham is the player that I have the most respect for on that team, because nothing has ever been handed to him. He's taken everything he's ever gotten.
Yeah, you know what was my line for him? By the end of the preseason, I go, with Nick, we don't need to see him anymore. That was my line for Nick by the end of the preseason, because it was ugly. But to their credit, that's why I always tell people, you got to have a little patience with young guys. You got to give them some time before we actually make the final declaration they can't play. And so through his struggles, they saw something, and kudos to them, because the kid ended up proving that he belongs. And so obviously Trill Williams and Robert Jones, they must see something in these kids too, even through their youth and inexperience and maybe some struggles, that there's something there. And one of the things he talked about with Robert Jones was versatility, which, as you know, Omar, if you're versatile, they're going to love you on this.
Yeah, I think Robert Jones moves people in the run game, which is, I think, beneficial for them, because they've got one guard that doesn't move people, and is great pass protection in Solomon Kinley. And then Robert Jones is probably a guy that moves people, but isn't necessarily great in pass protection. But we'll see. He's an undrafted rookie. He's a very talented player. They guaranteed the most money in the NFL to an undrafted player, to Robert Jones. So they must see something that they really like and want to develop, and that's really what it's all about.
And by the way, Omar, as I've talked about before, we have too much assumptions through the fan base, and maybe even through the media sometimes, that all 5 of these draft picks on the line are going to hit, and they're not. So maybe Robert Jones is a guy that takes over for one of these guys that doesn't make it, because there's no way Chris Greer hits on all 5 of these draft picks. He's not. I mean, he's done a great job. He can't be that good. I mean, if he is,
he hasn't done a great job with the offensive line. But yes, I hear what you're saying.
Too early for that.
Okay, sure. I will say this, and I was saying this to an executive that was asking me about the Dolphins yesterday. Every member of their offensive line is average at best. Some are not even average. And
I mean,
this is
again too early. I'm reading in Detroit. Here's the GM having to come up and defend Penei Sewell, who has struggled the entire preseason with pass rushers, giving up sacks, giving up hurries, all kinds of stuff. Penei has had a terrible preseason.
Yeah,
and he's looked average. Huh?
I didn't know that, but I would love to. I would love
but
to
I
go
follow
over and see the film.
I also enlightened you about the receiver that for the Bengals that kept dropping, and you saw it firsthand in that game.
Yeah,
that he dropped. You know what I mean?
I knew he was dropping passes, but yeah,
this was all throughout. So it's funny because we gotta slow down a little bit, okay? And again, Penei Sewell is not a bust, but if he was here in Miami, everybody would be writing he's average, he's a bust, he sucks. Fire Chris Greer, all this stuff. That's what would be going on. If they would have drafted Jamar Chase or Penei Sewell with the preseasons they've had, Chris Greer would be getting freaking roasted and toasted by everybody.
We'll see. Yeah.
It's true.
Greer gets a lot of passes. I think it ultimately his job stability and safety will be predicated on Tua or what he does if Tua doesn't hit. So Tua, in my mind, Tua, Watson, Rodgers. If Tua doesn't hit, does he move on to Watson or Rodgers? And I think that's it. So to me, Greer's got 2 years, and if Tua doesn't hit or they don't address the quarterback in 2 years,
and if he hits on Tua,
he'll be here. Somebody, I was just having that conversation.
Well, I would imagine. I was going to tell you better write an effing article to put a statue outside that stadium.
No way. You don't get a statue without a title.
Oh yeah, no, you put the statue out there, bro. Well, no, Marino's got a statue without a title. My point is, this franchise has been around for 50-something years. They've never had a GM that can find a coach and a QB. Put an effing statue.
Never had. Didn't hold on. Okay, GM. Okay, wasn't Don Shula like the GM?
That's the problem. It doesn't count because he's his own GM and a coach.
All right.
Don't count.
Fine. I agree. Doesn't count. All right.
It's a technicality, baby.
You beat me with a technicality. That's fine.
No, but hey, the 25 years since the old man got pushed out the door, no GM could find a coach and a quarterback. I mean, a quarterback and a coach, right? So, and Jimmy was kind of a GM coach too, by the way, and he couldn't find a quarterback either. So I'm just saying, I mean, what Chris Greer could end up doing is something that's never been done in Dolphin history.
No title, no statue. I have a firm policy now. No title, no statue.
So when are you taking down the Marino statue?
No, it's after Marino. It's after Marino. No title, no statue.
I'm going to build a statue for his ass if Tua. I think Tua's going to come through. I'm not one of those guys. I think the kid's going to be an absolute.
As I told you, my only concerns are durability and arm strength. I don't have any other concern.
I don't have any concerns about arm strength, bro. I watched Joe Montana and Bob Greasy and Drew Brees. I've watched guys that didn't have Chad Pennington, even the early Chad Pennington, fresh out of Marshall, did not have a gun. I'm not talking about the guy that got here to Miami. That guy had really no arm. I'm talking about fresh out of Marshall. He didn't have a gun either. Plenty of quarterbacks in this league have succeeded without having a gun.
I did not say he needed a gun. My only concern is, can he throw in the Meadowlands in a windy December day?
Yeah.
Or in Buffalo in a snow day? Those are my only concerns. I also have a pitch count concern when he's thrown, because late, what you don't realize, or a lot of people didn't realize, is late in December's, and this was pointed out to me by a scout, an advanced scout. Late in December, at the end of the year, he had no arm and could not throw past about 15, 20 yards. And yes, you can give all of that to the surgery. You can give all that to the procedure. You can give all of that to the need of the rehab. And I have watched training camp with concern for the arm, but then that concern just alleviated.
Well, his
And there's
core
only
is
been,
fixed. His
huh?
core is fixed. His core is fixed, my man. Everything comes
Yeah,
from the core.
I,
I
I'm,
don't care
I'm,
if you're playing baseball, it comes from the core. You're
you're
playing
correct.
golf, it comes from the core. You're playing QB, it comes from the core. And if your core isn't 100, you're going to watch him run better. You're going to watch him cut when he runs better. You're going to watch him throw better. You're
Yeah.
going to watch a stronger arm now. Everything now, confidence is where the core is. It's 100%.
David
So he's
David
going to
Fales
feel
told me.
better about
David Fales told me that he told me he improved his arm doing Pilates, strengthening his core, and it's true because I remember being a fan of David Fales when he was in college player, but then I was like he didn't have an arm. Then he got here, and he carved out a respectable NFL career for himself by actually developing an arm. So props to him. He'll probably be one of those guys who'll be a coach in 5 years. So yeah. But he said core work, Pilates work, and Tua's done everything. Tua's done everything that you need to do in order to put yourself in position to be successful. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
and when Brent Grimes was going to be signed and he was coming off the Achilles, a lot of people were worried about that. And one of the things that I told everybody about it at that moment was, don't worry about Brent Grimes. He's a pro's pro. So when you have a pro's pro, they rehab the right, like Klay Thompson. I know Klay Thompson's rehabbing the right way. Now he could get injured again or whatever. That could happen to any athlete, but he is going to handle his rehab the way he handles his game, the way he handles his life. Everything is going to be done the right way. So when you have those kind of people that are true professionals, you can take those chances on those injured guys because you know they're going to take their injury serious. The slackers that you've been around also, Omar, you know the guy that doesn't work hard, doesn't try hard, and then when he gets injured, he's also half-assed in his rehab. That's the beauty about certain pros. You know they're going to work like a Drew Brees. When he had that shoulder, he had to work as diligently as he does to be a quarterback the same way in his rehab. And to me, that's always the key. When I look at injured players and taking chances on them, I look at their character first and foremost, because if they're professionals with their game, they're going to be professionals with their rehab.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into what happens with the 7 wide receivers, because Will Fuller obviously is out week 1. Do you anticipate them to keep everybody when Will Fuller comes back for week 2? Do they cut a receiver? I'm going to ask you a really difficult question that it's Flores. He hides everything from you guys, so you're not going to get a feel. So does it become a receiver? Is it a DB? Is it an offensive lineman? Is it a linebacker?
Nah,
Where's
it's
the extra
probably
guy that gets cut?
it's probably somebody going on IR. And it could be anybody going on IR. Buy them 3 weeks till the next guy needs to go on IR. That person comes back. Trust me, you could do all kinds of roster management. That's my thought. That's what it'll be. And if it's not that, then you just demote Trill Williams or Robert Jones and put them on practice squad, or you cut the veteran John Jenkins and you put him on practice squad and bring him back and bring him off. And you could do a number of things if you need that spot. You will need that spot, but you'll do a number of things. There's all kinds of. They have one practice squad spot available, and I believe it can go to a vested veteran. So that's probably what they'll do. They'll probably pay John Jenkins $20,000 to be on the practice squad, and they can call him up to the 53 whenever they want to. He's here. He's a South Florida guy. That's why he's back. He's a veteran leader. He'll probably be a coach when he's done. Maybe join this staff. So this is a guy that's not going to get all in his feelings when you practice squad him.
Okay. All right. So that's interesting. And so they would only activate him when they need him. He wouldn't be part of the regular rotation every week, because I would feel he's a guy you need against the run.
They got enough unless something happens to. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know if he's going to be a game day active. They've got Wilkins and Sealer and Ogba and and Raekwon Davis. I think they got enough on the defensive line that I'm not necessarily certain you got to carry John Jenkins on your D line. That's just me. Maybe I'm wrong. But the thing about the practice squad now is you can basically promote a guy. You can keep a veteran, any level veteran, which is why they have Jabal Sheard on their practice squad, and call him up for 3 games without even moving him back to your 53. And then if you want to move further, you can put him on the 53. And, so it's going to be a situation where when they need these guys, they call them up. Same thing with the running back situation, Laird and Dokes. They're going to play one of those guys. They're going to call them up because you're not going to go to a game with 3 running backs. It just doesn't make any sense. You need a 4th guy. So they're going to just they're just going to call up guys when they need them. And that's the new rules. COVID allows it.
Are you concerned that a lot of the receivers, they have a lot of receivers that don't help out on special teams, and considering how important it is for them to have two-way players, half that receiving core does not do anything on special teams.
You got one guy who's your top special teams player, and that's not who you're talking about.
Well, Parker, Preston, Albert Wilson,
Parker,
and
Preston.
Parker, Preston, Albert Wilson, and Will Fuller. They don't help out on special teams. That's 4 guys. And Jalen Waddle is only going to be a spot special teams player because with that foot deal, they're not going to put him full time. And they brought Jakeem back, so obviously Jakeem's going to be the guy. So really, it's 4.5 in a way because they're not going to really.
You might use 2 receivers on special teams. I really don't think it's that big of a deal. They've got so many cornerbacks. They don't have a lot of linebackers, but they've got a lot of tight ends. They'll use tight ends on special teams. I'm not sure it's that much of a big deal to me. I don't really. To me, the whole receiver unit is you just know that 2 of them are going to go down by the time we're at midseason. So you better carry 7. I
understand the method behind the madness of cover of
and I think Preston Williams does special teams. He
punt returns, but it's not something he doesn't excel at it, and he's not. While Jakeem's there, you're not going to use him, dude. And now that you can't
use Jakeem for anything but a returner. You're asking for trouble if you do.
No. But what I'm saying is you're going to use Jakeem mainly as a returner, so you don't really need Preston.
Can you imagine Jakeem as a gunner?
No, come on. And Jalen.
just think about that. Can you imagine Jakeem as a gunner taking on?
Well, I wouldn't want Jalen Waddle as a gunner. I wouldn't want Will Fuller as a gunner either. I mean, those guys would get injured too doing that stuff. You know what I'm saying? But Jakeem
I'm just trying to think. Mac Hollins, and people don't have the respect for Mac Hollins.
Right, he's a stud.
He's a stud. If you know football, he's a stud. He's a star. He's Walt Aikens on special teams. I've never seen anybody better than Walt Aikens, and until I saw Mac Hollins, and I was like, God damn, this motherfucker's ruthless.
He's a player, man, and he's the best part about watching Mac Hollins was you knew that he could be a special teamer and be a really good one, but then how good can you help us out at wide receiver? And he's an incredibly dependable wide receiver, and that's what I'm impressed with, because sometimes you know how it is, those stud special teamers are kind of okay at doing something or bad at doing something else. This kid is good. He's a damn good receiver, man, and you can count him. He's tough. That play he made with the drag route across the line of scrimmage, and the ball was thrown a little ahead of him, and he had to tip it, and he knew his ass was going to get smashed. And yet he hung onto the ball and took the hit. Love his toughness, man.
Yeah,
love his toughness.
He's much like a tight end, with a little speed. I love his game. I absolutely love everything about his game. I would build a team of Mac Hollins. I would, no question.
Well, you still need a couple Jalen Waddles in there.
You know what I'm saying.
You still need that. You gotta add that turbo, bro. You gotta add that twin turbo. You know what I'm saying?
We
saw the offense here with no turbo, and it was bad. It was bad.
Jakeem got
Fuller and No, I know, but wide receiver, you need Fuller and Waddle to really.
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
going to
yeah,
change. They're going to change this offense now. Those two guys, and let's talk a little bit about that because
I can't because I haven't seen Fuller do shit, so I can't. Like,
yeah, but you know what he. Yeah, but you know what he's done. That has nothing. He's done more than Waddle. So he's done more than most of the guys on this team, actually. When he's right, that's going to be scary with those guys.
When's that going to be?
Week 2.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Week 2. He'll be fine. He'll be ready to go. Well, you don't think he's going to be ready for week 2?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Wasn't he practicing some just a couple days ago?
Not really.
Wasn't he doing side work?
Bro, I've never seen anybody miss. I've never seen anybody miss an entire camp, ever. Like,
yeah, no, I mean, now that you think of, it's been.
I can't. So I can't sit there and like tell you. And hey, if this is what you got to do to get ready for the season and be 60, give me 16 strong. Okay. Even Devontae gives it a little go. Like,
yeah. But that's been kind of his whole MO. That's kind of what he's been the last couple of years. Kind of banged up, but then finds a way to get on the field and help you out a little bit. That's where I've given Devontae a lot of credit, that he has still had his injuries, but he's actually fought through a lot of them to stay on the field and help out.
He was playing with an injured back, or was that Jarvis? I can't remember. Like, Jarvis was playing with a broken back. Devontae had a back injury and he kept playing, but Devontae has fought through a lot of stuff to get to the game day. I remember the receiver coach telling me one time after the back injury, Devontae was in a pool catching balls, determined to make sure that he plays the next week. Didn't practice at all, just worked in a pool catching balls, and actually shot up and played. Props to him.
Yeah, no,
it really bothers him. This injury thing, it really bothers him. Now
you can tell.
Yeah. Now, what's he gonna do about it? What can he do about it?
Can't do anything.
Yeah,
he can't do anything about it, bro. Listen, Doug Whaley was criticized when he was the GM at Buffalo, but he was just talking in the truth. He says, "Hey, man, the human body wasn't meant for this game," and it's true. You're actually a freak if you can stay injury-free or healthy in this game. Those guys that do that, that's another skill set. That's another talent that they have, that durability issue, because normally most of us, if we ever took the field, we would break down right away, just like Devontae Parker, because that's normal. The body it's like watching pitchers. You think the arm was made to throw 95, 100, 103? Hell no, dude. Why do you think they're all having Tommy John surgery? Because eventually it gives out. And those that don't, dude, you're a freak. That's all it is. You're a freak. By the way, Dougie Fresh on our text line on YouTube says, question for Omar. From your time with Bowden, what is the one thing that he did that every coach should do?
Oh, great question. When you were signed on to play at FSU, Bowden took you from your mother, took you from your grandmother, took you from your family, and he became your father. And no matter what you did, you got 3 strikes with Bobby. And Bobby was going to support you and love you like you were his own son. And he was going to give you those 3 strikes. I remember Lavernius Cole, my best friend, used to actually date Lavernius when he got in trouble in not for Dillard Gate, but he went up to Gainesville. His stepfather had beaten up his mother, and he went and beat up his stepfather and got arrested. Bobby supported him. Bobby was like, I got your back, but this is strike 1. Then he had it was strike 2. Then strike 3 was Dillard Gate. And he was firm on his policy, and he loved Lavernius. But you know what? I got to let you go. And this is a guy who could have helped him win a national championship. He didn't end up winning a national championship that year, but Lavernius wasn't part of that team. And we all saw Lavernius was a super talented guy who went on and played many years in the NFL. But Bobby loved his players like they were his own kids, and he supported them. And you don't see that anymore. You really don't. And you should, because, you know, I know college athletics is really going to the professional route, and players can sign here and there and sign with agents and have marketing deals and all this kind of stuff. But it's really, I miss the college ranks because you got a chance as a grown man. I got a chance to mentor Frank Gore and help him in many different regards as a media member, because, and I remember one time I gave a player who went to the NFL diaper money because he didn't have his, you know, he had a kid and he had baby mama, and, you know, he was struggling and baby mama was stressing him and he couldn't come home with diapers. He didn't have fixed income. And I'm like, man, here's 20, go get some diapers. You have an opportunity to have more of an impact on these young men. And Bobby had a huge impact, man. Those kids, Bobby left a huge imprint.
Of course. Yeah. No, there's no doubt. He was a father figure for many, but I think Bobby would have taken 1X off of Lavernius if Lavernius would have gotten him a pair of shoes at Dillard. See, hey, coach, I got you these sweet kicks. There you go. He might have taken one of those X's off. You know what I mean? By the way, just to close it out real quick, because we got to go here to the top of the hour to go to Inside the Paint with the boys. They're already in the batter's box, as they say. They're warming up right now instead, since it's basketball. All right, so the whole Watson thing, I want to close this out.
We can't close it out. Until he's traded, we can't close it out.
Okay, but this part here I want to close out.
Okay.
Because this is the part I have a hard time believing about this story.
Yeah.
I have a hard time believing there was any kind of offers or negotiations now in the last couple of weeks, knowing there's 4 billion lawsuits. He doesn't get deposed till the spring. There's an investigation going on with the cops. There is no way anybody thought they were going to trade him now. Plus the NFL, how would the NFL allow a trade right now? And if the guy's found guilty, here's a league that's allowing you to trade a sexual predator from one team to another. The Eagles were absolutely trying to do it. So if one team's going to do it, another team's going to do it. And the Eagles got salty because their trade offer wasn't better than Miami's trade offer. And that's it. That's where we are. This is how it all got out there. Now, if your trade offer is better than Miami's trade offer, then it makes me believe that Miami's trade offer still stands, which Dolphins did not deny, did not leak. You know, Dolphins got their leaks. If they're not going to leak it. Here's the thing that people need to get deep down in their spirit. The Dolphins, this is a situation like, as I said, you got a wife, you got a lady, but it's this fine lady out here who want to get with you. Now, you can't get with her right now. She might be going to jail. She's on probation. She's trouble, but she's bad. Right.
And what you don't want to do is you don't want to close that door and say, "Nah, I can't be with you. You trouble. I got to distance myself from you." Because ultimately you're not comfortable with where your relationship is right now. And she bad. She real bad. You can't keep your eyes off her. So you basically say nothing. And you keep liking her pictures on Instagram. And you know, if she calls, you text her back. You call, she might not answer, but you text her back. And you say, "I'm thinking about you." You know, right. Or you say, you know, "Hope you're having a good day. Hope your legal situations get resolved. You know, I'm happy where I'm at, but I'm thinking about you." That's exactly what's going on. Deshaun Watson wants to be here. Miami knows he wants to be here. They're not closing that door. For whatever reason, they're not closing that door.
Well, we do have a lot of we do have a lot of IG models that live here in South Florida.
A lot of massage places, man.
Yeah, they're gonna look for a ton of trouble. Omar, thank you as always, my brother. Have a great weekend and be safe out there, my friend. Next week we'll start talking a little Patriots.
All right, talk to you later, Big O.
You've been listening to the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report with Omar Kelly. For additions, home remodeling, or custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDconstruction.com is the custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for an hour of hardcore hoops with the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Let's get to the show basketball fans crave. Let's get inside the paint.
Good Friday morning, everybody. Time for Inside the Paint. Clay Ferraro here, Ira Winderman there. Ira, how's your Friday going so far, my man?
So far, so good. I'm enjoying a little bit of the downtime with the Heat. Looking forward to some huge college football this weekend. Disappointed in my U.S. men's national soccer team last night. Stayed up to watch no goals scored. But you know what, Clay? With the Heat adding Marcus Garrett yesterday, you could see they are churning up again. We are now less than 4 weeks away from the start of training camp. So it's getting real even from a basketball perspective.
And see, I stayed up late last night watching UCF, which means that they're going to claim another national championship for making us stay up late.
They've already secured the late night championship. They moved past Leno and Conan O'Brien, and they're right up there with the current host. So yeah, they'll claim something for sure.
Which, by the way, when you say that there's a lot of big college football games coming up this weekend, of course you're talking about my Virginia Tech Hokies taking on North Carolina tonight. Like, I know that's the game that you've had circled on your calendar.
But you know what, Clay? All kidding aside, you have a lot of fans on your side tonight because they know how the ACC is going to shake out. Yeah. And they know that if North Carolina gets an early season conference loss, that completely changes the outlook. As weird as it is, it might even be more important for North Carolina to lose this weekend for UM than for UM to win to where they want to get, which just shows you how conference plays into this so much. But college football, another story for another hour for the Big O Show.
Yeah, 100%. And nobody comes to us here for college football. But look, I am the farthest from like your egotistical, like cocky alma mater fan. I think Virginia Tech wins tonight. So I'm just throwing out. I think they got a lot more going. So, but you mentioned Marcus Garrett. We got a lot of stuff to talk about with the Heat. I want to talk a little bit about what he's going to bring to the table for the Heat a little bit later on in the hour of the show. We just saw the Eastern Conference just gets tougher and tougher. And it's not like Paul Millsap is, changing the Nets from being, good to, a championship. But he does add an extra element. They're probably going to sign LaMarcus Aldridge. So I want to talk about the news of the week, how it plays into the Eastern Conference and pertains to the Heat. I want to talk about the luxury tax a bit because I know that's Heat fans' favorite topic. And by favorite, I mean least favorite. But I want to start here. We're a Miami Heat show. We make absolutely no apologies about that. And yet what we're seeing going on in Philadelphia right now, I think is just something that right now, since it's kind of a slow time when it comes to transactions in the world of the NBA, we're still in that lull period before training camp tips off. This is the thing that Heat fans are talking about. And what an absolute disaster the situation is in Philadelphia. And we've talked about this the last few weeks and kind of in the context of, all right, where does Philadelphia stand? Where do the Heat stand compared to the rest of the Eastern Conference? But this week, Ira, it feels like we're coming to a head with things in Philadelphia where this thing is no longer sustainable. And everything we've been talking about the hierarchy of the Eastern Conference, Philadelphia is the least stable team among those teams toward the top. How do you see this thing playing out?
Yeah, and that's the thing. As we go through Inside the Paint, brought to you by Pallet Rock City, and we talk about it from a Heat perspective, this is a Heat story. I had an Ask Ira question this week at sunsentinel.com, and I wrote a headline about, will the Ben Simmons scenario impact the Heat? It will. People took that the wrong way. I'm not saying the Heat are trading for him. You and I have discussed the pluses and minuses there. One, the Heat have nothing to offer, which sort of ends it right there when you start with. You have the Jimmy Butler, Ben Simmons relationship or non-relationship when they played almost a full season together in Philadelphia. And Clay, honestly, the factor of bringing in another non-shooter to a team where you already have Bam Adebayo and Jimmy Butler in your starting lineup, it would be tough to make it work. Plus, you've already gotten Kyle Lowry as your dominant ball handler. So what I was trying to show to people was, even if the Heat are not involved in a transaction, if you consider yourself a contender, if you consider the top of the Eastern Conference your landing spot, it impacts you hugely for this reason. Like you said, we'll talk about the Nets and their roster bolstering. We know and have to respect the Bucks as the defending Eastern Conference champion. But where does the Heat fit in after that? Are they number 3? Are they number 4? Are they number 5? And what Philadelphia does with Ben Simmons will largely determine the Heat's ability to possibly finish number 3. When you go through these permutations, if, and I don't think this is happening, they make a deal for Damian Lillard. I got to tell you, Clay, if you're asking me, okay, which is a better big two, Joel Embiid and Damian Lillard, or Bam Adebayo and Jimmy Butler, with all due respect to the Miami Heat, I'm going with that Philadelphia duo. Now, you could argue maybe Kyle Lowry supplants Tobias Harris as the number 3 guy, but it changes the dynamic. If they make a trade for CJ McCollum and add shooting, that changes the dynamic. The one thing I'm really interested in is Philadelphia, and it's interesting, we're segueing from Omar Kelly's spot with Big O talking about Deshaun Watson, and all the Texans are asking, if Philadelphia really is asking for a similar package, something like 3 first-round picks, well, Clay, here's my question. They just signed Joel Embiid to an extension. So why would they wind up then going for draft choices and playing toward the future? So I think Philadelphia's decision with Ben Simmons hugely impacts the rest of the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, and the only reason why you do that is if you're expecting to flip those picks for another star. And you mentioned it, Damian. And there's so much to unpack with this thing as it pertains to the Miami Heat. I want to start, though, with let's go back. And one of my favorite lines, one of my favorite back and forths from any movie is Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson in White Men Can't Jump. And they were talking about Jimi Hendrix. And Wesley Snipes was listening to Jimi Hendrix. And he goes, Woody goes, oh, you listen to Jimmy? He goes, no, I don't listen to Jimmy. I hear Jimmy. He's like, yeah, that's what I said. You listen to, no, you don't understand. You listen to Jimmy. I hear Jimmy. Jimmy Butler and his relationship with Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid is something that we've kind of like seen as like this periphery story over the last few months, ever since Jimmy Butler came to Miami, leaving Philadelphia. And it was kind of, I think, portrayed in some circles as another example of Jimmy Butler being difficult, another example of Jimmy Butler being a clubhouse problem, a locker room problem. And what I think is we've seen over these last couple of years is, look, at some point, it's the player's fault who always is in the middle of a problem.
Sure.
And yet, when you look back in the situation in Minnesota, which was completely dysfunctional, you look back in Chicago and what happened there with Butler and the coaches. You look back at what happened now in Philadelphia and what's left behind. Now you're starting to look at this and say, maybe Jimmy Butler was right. And I know Heat fans have said this forever. Obviously you're going to side with your guy. And yet, this is something where we know Jimmy Butler and Joel Embiid have an established relationship. Mm-hmm. You're reading reports this week about the fact that this whole Ben Simmons thing, it's not just Ben Simmons. Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons apparently can't play together anymore. So, at some point, if you're a Heat fan, not that Heat fans have any problem saying, I told you so, but they can say, I told you so. And I think this is something that if you're a Heat fan, and you go back and there's this, we talked last week, right, about who is the Heat's rival anymore. And we kind of, glanced off Philadelphia because they're not in the same division. They haven't played in the playoffs other than that 1 year. But I do think there's this process versus culture thing. I'm sorry, Ira, but score one for the culture, given the last 36, 48 hours of what we've seen. And this is not me as somebody doing a Heat show, trying to pander to a Heat audience.
Right.
At some point, you have to look at this and say, what you have in your organization matters. And Philadelphia right now, for everything they did to get some really talented players in the building, it is an abject disaster of a situation right there. And I don't know how they get out of it, especially if they're asking for the world for Ben Simmons, who at this point, his contract is an extremely devalued asset.
Well, but it's interesting. You can look at it two ways. Or you can look at it's a valuable asset because he's locked into a contract. So in other words, he is being linked to Minnesota potentially, possibly to Cleveland, possibly to Toronto. Those are places that want players under contract. Remember, when Jimmy got traded from Minnesota to Philadelphia, he was on an expiring deal. There was a risk.
Players aren't going to go there, basically.
Right. So what they're saying is, even though Ben is owed the big money for a non-shooter, at least when you acquire Ben Simmons, unless he pulls this act again, you have him for another 3 or 4 years. You don't have to worry about that expiring contract. To places that don't get free agents, that might be more important than the player himself. But Clay, you're right. When you go back and do the Jimmy Butler scorecard, look, we know that he can be difficult. He has been difficult with us at times.
Sure.
It's who he is. He can be persnickety. He can be moody. But let's do the Jimmy Butler scorecard, okay? He gets into it with Fred Hoiberg with the Bulls. When has Fred Hoiberg last been seen? He was ushered out of the league. He gets into it with his teammate and the situation in Minnesota. Where have the Timberwolves been ever since? I could tell you where they've been. They've been in the lottery. He goes to Philadelphia. Yes, Kawhi hits that shot, and they're eliminated in a dramatic end of regulation in a Game 7. But Philadelphia really ever since has not been the same team either. So when you do this Jimmy Butler scorecard of petulant Jimmy and troubling Jimmy, and you go back and you look at all these places where there are issues, all of a sudden, like you said, do you look at the player or do you look at the situation there? There are certain places that certain players can only play. And sort of the Pat Riley school for wayward basketball players has worked out over the years of bringing guys in, letting them be themselves. Eric Spoelstra, a coach who never puts himself in the forefront. This is not the coach-first kind of team under Eric Spoelstra. His players are the team. He takes a back seat, prefers not to do media, so you can see what's going on. In Philadelphia right now, they have to get something done before the start of the season. You were even mentioning if they get first-round picks, they could possibly flip them for a veteran, get that third player. But that's hate to use this word, that's a process. That's going to take time. That's going to set them back a little bit also. I have no idea what to make of the Philadelphia 76ers. I have had a hard time from the get-go sort of buying into Philadelphia is number 3 in the East, and then we move down. I'm not so sure that's the case anymore.
I agree.
I'm not so sure that Boston isn't up there. The Heat aren't up there. Atlanta isn't up there. And we might be watching a team, a process imploding in front of our very eyes. And you know what? I got a feeling over at 601, Biscayne Boulevard, they're fine with that as well.
Can I speculate? Can I throw out another reason why they may be okay with this?
Sure.
And file this under rumor, file this under chatter. This is not sourced information, so this is not me reporting it. But what I have heard, and maybe you've heard similar, and this is, again, not coming from inside the Heat organization, but just from talking to people, that if you picked one player out there that Pat Riley could find a way to get in that building at 601 Biscayne, and this is like beyond your Kevin Durant, beyond like your MVP, although maybe this guy could potentially be an MVP candidate, it would be Joel Embiid. That there has been we hear a lot about Bradley Beal, but if there were some point, they don't have any means to do it anytime soon, unless Philadelphia all of a sudden wanted Kyle Lowry's contract and you trim this thing. But that Joel Embiid has been the one. It's a combination of being an incredibly skilled big man. Yes, there's the injury history, but I do think that the fact that there is that relationship with Jimmy Butler there. So add that to the list of reasons why everybody in that building at 601 Biscayne may be chuckling a little bit today.
Well, and then let's take that to its logical conclusion, because if you're going to add a Joel Embiid, if they do blow it up in Philadelphia, if Joel Embiid forces his way out, the player going the other way, and I know this is something we could do a whole hour show on, and it comes down to this. Would you trade Bam Adebayo? So well, because that would have to be the deal play.
Absolutely, yes.
You'd have to send me back. Yes. And of course, and I don't know if you're mocking me for mentioning that.
No, it's because we've had the conversation before.
Or for saying that of course, talent-wise, no offense to Bam Adebayo, Joel Embiid's on a completely different level as a two-way player. So you could say to yourself, you know what? We can see a trade like that, but the Philadelphia 76ers would have to blow it totally up. Daryl Morey, just like he left Houston, would have to leave Philadelphia. Doc Rivers ain't going anywhere for rebuilding. Remember, Clay, how he left the Celtics. He left the Celtics when Danny Ainge said, we're going to retool a little bit. And he's like, no, I just won a championship. I'm not going through that. He went off to the Clippers. So again, are we seeing the implosion of the Philadelphia 76ers? Are we seeing them, sort of the oil and water with Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid? And are we seeing this whole process, as I've spoken to Big O about, that for everything they did, the only last man standing from the process is Joel Embiid? It's really interesting. And you deal with this, and I know you talk with Will Manso on Local 10 on Sundays about this. Whenever people talk about the Heat rebuilding or starting over again, please look at what happened in Philadelphia and say to yourselves, do you want to live that reality for one long shot chance at a conference finals and everything else being so uncertain? That's why you don't rebuild. That's why you don't tank. That's why you don't count on the lottery. Philadelphia, what they're going through now, can wind up with nothing tangible out of what they celebrated, the process.
And I think the thing, if you go back to keep this from in a Miami Heat light, I think the reason why the 1 year that they did quote unquote tank was because Pat Riley loves stars and he viewed Derrick Rose as a star. Whereas the difference between them and Philadelphia is it's not like in advance Philadelphia was like, man, we're going to tank because we really want Joel Embiid. We're going to tank because we really want Ben Simmons. It was, no, we're going to tank because we want a bunch of draft picks and we want the opportunity to potentially get a guy. It's like it's like a higher end version, although maybe not so much higher, of what we're seeing in Oklahoma City with Sam Presti, only they got a bunch of draft picks. It's like, we're going to get the best players that we can. So bringing it back to the Heat, it's, you want to keep this, I hate to use the word culture and over and over again because it feels kind of lazy, but it is. You want to keep that winning culture alive.
And Kyle Lowry said that this week when he was interviewed by CJ McCollum on CJ McCollum's podcast. He said, I wanted in Miami because they played for championships. Because he knew now in Toronto they might have to take a step back a little bit after losing Kawhi and Serge Ibaka in recent years. And he said, no, I want to go to a place where they play for championships. That's why Goran Dragic sort of balked to going to Toronto, because he knows they might be reloading. Unlike if he gets forwarded to Dallas, they're playing to win. Players want to live in the moment because you know what? Tanking and everything else is about someone else's moment. They don't give a rat's butt about 4 or 5 years down the road. They want to live now. Their time is now. The Heat's time is now. The Nets' time is now. The Sixers' time? Not so sure anymore.
And here's a perfect example of this, by the way. It's, look, the Milwaukee Bucks last year, I think a lot of people viewed this. Look, you want to capitalize Giannis's window, and you feel like, hey, they had to make a move in order to keep him happy. But I don't remember anybody saying when they traded for Drew Holiday, oh, wow, that was absolutely the right move to give up every draft pick that you have between now and the year 2050 in order to get Drew Holiday. it was somewhat of I don't want to say a desperation move. I love Drew Holiday, but they felt they had to make that move to make sure that they were competitive. Then you get to the playoffs and something happens. Kyrie Irving gets hurt. James Harden has the hamstring. So it's a combination of what you just said. You want to make sure that you are keeping that winning culture there. You want to make sure that that's the perception around the league, but also you want to get there because you never know what can happen. And that's where the Heat are right now. There is one thing that Ira Heat fans have kind of been a little bit frustrated about over the years. There's one word. It is, as Pat Riley calls it, the tax. Ooh. And I want to get into that next. Is that keeping the Heat from potentially being a championship contender? That's coming up next, right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint. Clay Ferraro here, Ira Winderman there. We spent the first segment of the program hammering the Philadelphia 76ers, so if you're a Heat fan, you wouldn't want to be anywhere else for the first segment of this show. I want to move on now to, this is a topic that I think there is something of a misconception out there about the luxury tax. And Ira, you hit on this a little bit last week. You said somebody asked you about it in the Ask Ira column as well. So I want to dive into this a little bit. And I think the question is, and let's just get it out there, is the refusal, if you want to put it that way, to go into the luxury tax, is that keeping the Miami Heat from going from, as you call them, a challenger to a contender? If they were willing to pay that, would that put them up in that next tier?
You know, it's interesting because it's sort of the opposite of that as far as the way the Heat discuss it is if they believe they are a contender, they're willing to spend into the tax. So in a lot of ways, when the Heat get to the line, and right now, folks, they're at the line, they cannot add a single contract, even for the NBA minimum, and not be a tax-paying team, at least at the moment, for the 2021-22 NBA season. So the way Pat Riley's put this before, the way Mickey Harrelson has put this before, if we are a contender or a championship contender, we will spend into the tax. So this year they've drawn that line at the moment. There are a bunch of sort of ancillary factors here. If you get into the tax 3 years in any 4-year period, you pay a much larger tax going forward. That's what the Brooklyn Nets are going to be paying now. That's what the Golden State Warriors are going to pay. We know the Nets are a championship contender. The Warriors believe with Klay Thompson coming back, they can at least be there, contend with the Lakers in the Western Conference. So I'm not sure the Heat look at themselves, honestly, right now as championship contenders. Again, they can go into the tax at a certain point if they're like, whoa, we're 20 games over 500. Then look who's behind us in the standings. It's the Brooklyn Nets. Yeah, then I think come the trading deadline, come the buyout deadline, the Heat are going to go, okay, we're pushing our chips all in. I think right now they're sort of sitting on the sidelines. And the reason for this is not, I hate when people go, Mickey Harrelson is not willing to spend. Mickey Harrelson has done nothing but spend. You can even argue has spent in some of the wrong places. Again, this is the person who green-lighted the contracts for Tyler Johnson, James Johnson, Dion Waiters. He's green-lit all this stuff. He's the final voice on all this. Nick Harrelson, his son, who runs the Heat's operation. So they've been willing to do that. So it's just a question of where do they think they stand right now. So it's not a matter of being cheap. It's a matter of being fiscally prudent. So in 2 or 3 years, if they believe they're contenders, when Bam grows as a player, when Duncan Robinson grows as a player, and they have to make moves, instead of signing a player for 4 or 5 times his value against the tax, it won't be that severe. But I think it really is interesting as far as where they think they stand right now, that at least for the moment, line in the sand, 14 players, including Udonis Haslem. They have one of their two-way players now under contract, Marcus Garrett. We'll get to him later in the show. They have room for one more, and that's it, as other teams continue to add players, whether it's Rondo, whether it's Millsap. So, yeah, I think it's interesting. I think you have to sort of sit back and wonder, it's 601 Biscayne. You put the lie detector on everyone, okay? Everyone's strapped in now. Pat Riley, are the Miami Heat a championship contender this year? Andy Ellisberg, same question. Eric Spoelstra, same question. Nick Harrelson, same question. Adam Simon, same question. Clay, I'd be really interested to see what the lie detector tells me about those answers.
And so I think a lot of this started with the Mike Miller deal, and maybe even before then. But I feel like that kind of set things in motion to where, look, they amnesty Mike Miller, and then all of a sudden it's like, they're being cheap. And look, I think in hindsight, if you asked them to do it over again, they wouldn't have amnestied Mike Miller. I mean, maybe that's a different conversation, but I feel like ever since then they've been kind of paying the price. Some might argue that they deserve to pay the price, given that it may have been one of the straws that broke the camel's back with LeBron leaving, although that's a different discussion. I think the thing that I find interesting about this is you're right. I would say when we mentioned Joel Embiid, and look, I'm not going to do the salary cap gymnastics to figure out how this would have to happen, whatever. Plus, you're talking about a sign and trade now with Kyle Lowry to where you're hard capped, and that would play into it. But hypothetically, if the Heat were able to acquire someone like that, and again, realistically, not saying it, but like somebody like a Joel Embiid, bringing in a Joel Embiid, you mean to tell me that if they would get Joel Embiid, that Mickey Harrelson wouldn't greenlight the tax? Of course he would. I mean, those are the types of moves that I think they would be perfectly willing to. But if you're asking me if they're willing to go into the tax to sign a Paul Millsap, the answer is no.
Right. And so it's a degree, because, again, that would make you a championship contender, the kind of move you said. Who knows? Maybe even a Damian Lillard trade if the price would be right. Although now with Kyle Lowry, that fit seems to have changed from we were first speculating something like that. The Mike Miller thing is interesting. LeBron felt that some of the chemistry the team has lost, it led to that miserable 2013-2014 season when they ultimately lost to the San Antonio Spurs there at the end. There is a financial prudence to all of this. Yes, Miami spends like the most major of major market teams, but they are not. Whether it's their local television deal, whether it's the sponsorships, you're just not a New York. You're not a Chicago. You're not in LA. You don't have a Staples Center. You're in a little different situation. So I understand all that. There still are moves that he can make. They still can add another player later in the season and still stay under the tax line also. But Clay, I think the Heat are really going to let this season sort of breathe and see where they wind up. And maybe all of a sudden the Bucks become like the post-championship Heat in some of those years where they're not the same team, where they've sort of exhaled a little bit and they'll have a little bit better sense of where they are. I am concerned. We've discussed this before on Inside the Paint, Pallet Rack City show every week about the Heat's depth, that they have only a certain amount of veteran depth, that they come off the bench with Markieff Morris and with Dwayne Dedmon and Tyler Hero. And after that, it's a little bit questionable. If everyone stays healthy, if there's no COVID, I don't think it's a problem. But there is COVID. And there are older players who don't stay healthy. So that's where it's interesting. So you have a Lakers team. They go out, they get a Rajon Rondo. Is he the ultimate difference maker? Heck, I don't even know if he's going to play. He didn't play for the Clippers during the playoffs. The Nets go out and get a Paul Millsap. Clay, let's face it. If Paul Millsap had a market, he would not have been waited to have been signed on September 1st to September 2nd. So let's have some perspective. There's some other names out there who could wind up getting signed also, whether it's a J.J. Redick or some other veteran players, Wesley Matthews. There always will be a name to augment if you need to. But you have to sort of play the financial game also. The tax is real. The salary cap is real. Your exception money is real, whether to spend it now or to hold it till the trading deadline. I do question the Heat's depth because of the older roster, because of COVID. Even yesterday, we got the COVID rules. Even if you're vaccinated, but you test positive for COVID, you could miss 10 days. We all remember the impact last season when Jimmy Butler missed 10 games
100%.
Because of NBA protocols. To me, that completely changed the season. I know that changed their place in the standings and that changed their seeding. So, yeah, I think there's a real fine line. There's a real tightrope they're walking over not bringing in a 15th man to avoid having to pay the luxury tax. But it's part of the machinations of running a team more than Mickey Harrison saying, well, if I bring in a minimum guy, that's going to cost me, instead of $1.7 million, it could cost me up to $4 million. I don't think that's the thinking. I think this is more long-term. Yeah.
It's going to cost me 3 cruises instead of 30. Like that's not how he's looking at it. So look, let's just make this real simple for you guys.
Sure.
Okay. You don't go into the tax to sign Paul Millsap. You do go into the tax to bring in a Joel Embiid, a Damian Lillard, a Kevin Durant, like
Bradley Beal, right?
Right. Like, we're not being realistic here. What we're saying is those are the types of moves. And to put a bow on this thing, Ira, depending on where you look, Spotrac has 10 teams that are paying the luxury tax or have a tax bill due, but Hoops Hype has 7, and these are the 7 teams. The Warriors, who, by the way, I think are one of the more intriguing teams in the NBA, and there's a reason why they felt like they had to pay that. I want to see what those big 3 can do with Wiseman. The Warriors, the Nets, the Clippers, the Bucks, the Jazz, the Lakers, and the 76ers. You know, every single one of those teams, you have multiple max players, yes. Right? And so I think, and look, obviously the Heat do as well with Butler and Bam Adebayo, and you're paying Kyle Lowry a lot of money. But all 7 of those teams are up there in that contender status, other than the 76ers, which are kind of falling off. The Jazz, you can say what you want, but they were up there as the top 2 seeds in the West last year. So the Heat are not at that point where they're going into the regular season as prohibitive favorite type teams in the conference, or if 1 or 2 things go right. But you would go into the tax to put yourself in the conversation with the Nets, with the Bucks, with the Lakers. So there's the distinction there. So Clay, I understand the question.
And there's another factor here. The Heat will get to the tax. Believe me. Think about the contracts they signed in the last year or so.
Yes.
That you signed Jimmy Butler, who now, like, for the next 5 years is at $220 million. You signed Bam Adebayo, it is $183 million, $163 million. You signed Kyle Lowry, it is $85 million. You signed Duncan Robinson, it is $90 million. Eventually, when all those keep having their increases and their multiplier effects, their percentage increase, you're going to have to be the luxury tax, simply because all those guys are going to be $20 million plus players. So you have to plan for a rainy day. You have to say, do we start the repeater clock now when we don't have to? Or do we accept the reality we have to be in the luxury tax once Bam is fully collecting and Duncan is collecting and Jimmy's extension kicks in and Kyle Lowry kicks in? That's when you spend your full mid-level. That's when you go out and you take in more in a trade than you send out, because you're there anyway. You're waiting. It's really interesting, Clay. The Heat is an old team, Yet its biggest money is still down the road, even with this oldest roster. So they're going to have to bring in some fresh legs because, Kyle Lowry's 35 going on 36. PJ Tucker's an older player. Jimmy Butler's going to be 36 at the end of his contract right now, at the end of the extension. So they're going to have to plan for that rainy day anyway. People don't want to talk repeater tax. People don't want to talk luxury tax. People only want to talk wins and losses, and I understand it. And if this was baseball and there was no salary cap, God bless the Yankees and the Dodgers and the Padres lately and what they're bringing in. You can do that. But there were rules here. There were rules why the Dolphins can't do certain things, why the Heat can't do certain things, why the Panthers can't. These are salary cap leagues. I know we didn't get into sports because we wanted to be accountants or bookkeepers. But unfortunately, like you just went to Spotrac, you have to account for all the salaries also. That's why this luxury tax is sort of an uneasy thing with the Heat, but a very real thing with the Heat.
Yeah. And look, the bottom line here is that there's a reason why I guess they lost the benefit of the doubt. But I think if you and it's the Mike Miller deal, but if you kind of dig into it a little bit, you figure out why they're there. So you mentioned the need for depth, and you also mentioned Marcus Garrett. What are they getting in Marcus Garrett, Ira? And what are you hearing about the potential for him to be one of those players, not just in the future, because we know that the Heat love to get these guys, especially on two-way deals, that they can transform into players who are significant contributors down the line. But what are you hearing about the ability for Garrett to come in and immediately at least kind of replace, if you get to that rainy day scenario this year where you're losing guys because of COVID? Is he somebody who can come in and potentially give you some minutes?
A couple of things about the two-way rules, and they've changed the last 3 seasons because of COVID. It used to be you were very limited, like 50 days in the NBA, let alone games or on the roster. Last season, you could play as many as you want. This season, you can be on the active roster for up to 50 games of the 82-game regular season. So you can be around a lot. We saw last year the impact of COVID, whether it was Gabe Vincent or Max Strus. They played a lot. They contributed. With an older roster, I think you could see that happening again. Sort of the continuum of where you're saying, where does Marcus Garrett fall? Low end, Briante Weber. High end, Patrick Beverley. So you're talking about a journeyman who, honestly, Clay, stuck around the NBA for 5 seasons in bits and pieces in Briante Weber. I think played for half the league on 10-day contracts. Not the worst outcome from a player when undrafted. Or a guy like Patrick Beverley, who's been a major component, complementary component on some pretty good teams also. So I think he has a chance. I think right now, if you were to sick him on ball on just about any NBA guard, he would harass that player at least into fatigue, if not exhaustion. But could I have him out for extended stretches on a team without an outside shot with Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo? Probably not. So a nice developmental process, started the process in Summer League, 4 strong games, 2 in Sacramento, 2 in Las Vegas. I think even though they said he was ill then, they were sort of hiding him. They didn't want anyone else to poach him. We've seen DeJon Jarreau was poached from the Heat earlier this offseason on a 2-way contract. So think by the Indiana Pacers. So things like that can happen. You know what? A nice story. And Clay, I want to sort of wrap this up this way. Remember ahead of the draft, Pat Riley said, we don't have a draft choice, but we will get 2 players out of this draft. We, of course, all shook our head like, yeah, you don't have a draft choice. Well, one of those players is Marcus Garrett. There's still another 2-way contract available. I think they're going to bring Javonte Smart from LSU in here. I think Micah Potter from Wisconsin is going to come in on Exhibit 10 contracts that let them go to the G League. I think Pat Riley's going to get his 2 players out of a draft that he didn't have a draft pick in. So I think we learned better than to doubt him. Marcus Garrett's a really good start. Again, the story I wrote before the draft was, how will the Heat get number 61 in the draft, the first undrafted player? I think when we look at this offseason and after the season and we say, okay, Ira, forget everyone who was drafted. Those teams had draft capital. Who did the best after the draft? I think Marcus Garrett might put the Heat in position to say we did among the best after the draft.
That's really interesting. All right, so we talked a lot about the guys who are on this team, but one thing that we kept mentioning was the potential for attrition as the season goes along and why you need that depth. And look, it's the cloud that's kind of hanging over and will continue to hang over. It is COVID-19. And we've seen some stuff in the NFL right now where vaccination status, Urban Meyer comes out and flatly says this does play into this. So I want to talk about the new NBA vaccination rule. As much as I think this is an uncomfortable topic, I think it's one that we have to hit on as we move on to the season. how it pertains to the Heat, and how it could potentially affect them as the season goes on. We'll hit on that and more. Plus, we're going to get some of your chat questions. We got some great ones coming up next on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Let's take you behind the curtain really quickly. I texted Ira during the break because the first couple times we did the show, randomly my internet would come out like exactly 50 minutes into the show. And so last week I cut it off, cut it back on, and it worked out fine. This week I'm trying because we upgraded the internet to see if it works. So I texted Ira. I said, hey, just FYI, I'm going to try to go through this without signing off and signing on to see if it works. Ira responds, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll just start singing.
As usual, Clay doesn't know what goes on when he goes away. When the Clay is away, the kids will play.
So what I think I'm going to do, I'm going to intentionally sign off just so we have to hear Ira singing to give you guys some extra entertainment.
Broadway hits. Broadway hits.
If you're just joining the program, we spent the entire first segment hammering the Philadelphia 76ers because we know that's something that Heat fans like to do. Then last segment, we got into the tax a little bit. And just the fact that I think there is kind of this perception out there that maybe started with the Mike Miller situation that I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it, that Mickey Harrelson is cheap and doesn't want to pay the luxury tax. But the reality is that there are more things involved there. And when you look around the league at the teams who are paying the tax, you can kind of see the distinction there. So if you want to get back, you want to listen to this again, Ira does a good job of breaking that down. I want to hit on COVID-19 in this last segment and how it's going to impact not just the Heat, but the entire NBA. We're seeing it impact the NFL because Urban Meyer says it is impacting the NFL. He says it factored into their decision. I've heard some people say that Urban Meyer was just saying what a lot of people are thinking. We saw the rules, it was either yesterday or the day before, of the NBA kind of making it very clear that the league is going to look a lot different for players who are vaccinated versus unvaccinated. So Ira, kind of break down what these rules are, how it pertains to the league as a whole, and also how it's going to impact the Heat and what they may do as the season goes on.
First, Clay, I think we need to clarify. I think it's been portrayed in a lot of circles incorrectly that the league is adding punitive measures to those non-vaccinated. It's actually the opposite. They are freeing those who are vaccinated.
Right.
And the key point here is no mandatory testing. If you're asymptomatic, if you're around someone who tested positive, then yes. Otherwise, none of this showing up to the arena once or twice a day, constant testing, never knowing if you're going to play or not. If you are vaccinated, you go on with your life. If there is reason to suspect you might be contagious, just like with the flu or a stomach flu when they send you home, they will send you home. They will test you. So it's the opposite of how it's been portrayed in some circles. They are not penalizing the unvaccinated. They are simply freeing the vaccinated. And they are doing so in a way that now you don't have to schedule your day around testing, that you can arrive on the second night of a back-to-back, not have to get up after arriving at 4 a.m. at 8 a.m. and take your COVID test, that you can just get on with your day as if it was 2 seasons ago and none of this ever happened, hopefully staying out of trouble. You can commingle with your other teammates. You can go outside. You can deal with outsiders. You're basically as free as the rest of us are. Yes, you still have to be mindful if you have a cold or feel somebody's coming on, just like you always had to. You have to be decent. But the rules for unvaccinated players now include proximity. You can't be within 6 feet of other players who are vaccinated to run the risk. What this means basically is you're going to be, I know it's a tough word to use here, but segregated in the locker room. You won't have the preferred locker stall. Honestly, last year, some guys were dressing in the shower room. There wasn't enough spaced out lockers. Now they're bringing them back in the normal locker room, except for the unvaccinated. So Clay, if you walk in the locker room this season, you might not see player X's locker because it's somewhere else, maybe in a closet. On the team plane, basically all players get the equivalent of first-class seating, the way these NBA planes are set up. The rest of them, including the coaches, basically sit in a more typical coach type of setting. Now, when the players get on the plane, Joe non-vaccinated goes to the back of the plane. He doesn't get his first-class seat. He can't be around his teammates because of these rules. So you could say on one hand, I know what the NBA is doing. They're making this whole thing so intolerable to players, untenable to players, that they're going to get vaccinated. Well, yeah. They're trying to make it equal for everyone. They don't want to penalize those who are vaccinated. So it's going to create a change. I can tell you this, Clay. At the end of last season, every Heat player was vaccinated. But as you know, they've redone the rosters so much this offseason, added so many new players, including guys who are going to be trying out, the two-way guys and like that we'll have to see how it shakes out. It'll be very visible. You'll see in practice when you and I hopefully go upstairs to the practice court, we'll see certain players after practice with masks on. Well, no non-vaccinated. Everyone else can just treat it like it was 2 years ago. So again, not punitive, really the opposite. They're sort of freeing players who've decided to get vaccinated.
So what does this mean for teammates who may be vaccinated then? So like, let's say you have one player who is unvaccinated and either he tests positive or, is symptomatic or whatever. Players who have come into contact with that unvaccinated player who then tests positive. How does that impact the vaccinated players on the roster?
There still will be contact tracing, but if they're vaccinated, they'll be much quicker to return than the non-vaccinated players. So again, they're in a much better shape. There won't be that 10-day mandatory requirement. There will be a test. There still will be testing. Matter of fact, they're also testing players before the start of camp to see where their antibodies are. That if they got vaccinated so early in the process, we know the booster thing is coming around, whether they need a booster. In all the mandatories, including the mandatories for referees, they said you have to not only be vaccinated, but also potentially any other booster situations also. So I think, Clay, that you will see players during the course of the season be subjected to either get your booster also whenever that time comes for players who are eligible in that group, or else you fall back to category 1. COVID is still with us. It's still going to impact this season. A player who tests positive still will miss significant time. And as you know, Clay, you could be fully vaccinated and still test positive for COVID. So you could miss time. So depth will matter, and it will be a season still unlike any other. Clay, I can't believe it. I really thought, Okay, 2019-20, you go to the bubble, the season ends in March, you're fine. Okay, last year you need a full run with mostly your regular season, 72 down from 82, but we're getting there. We're not there yet. This will be another, I don't want to say asterisk season, but this will be another atypical season, just like it is for everyone in society.
So getting to some of the questions here, too extreme. This goes back a couple of segments. Wow, Joel Embiid for Bam. I'd make that quick trade in a heartbeat. Look, I think if everybody's being honest, that's probably going to be the response from a lot of people. Let's see.
And I got to tell you, you know what? I sorry to interrupt you there, but we were talking about what you might or might not trade for Ben Simmons, for example. But at least the Heat would have a chip in that deal, and that's not the worst deal for Philadelphia. If Joel Embiid starts going off, they could do a lot worse than a young Bam Adebayo under a full extension, plus another valuable Heat chip, possibly a Duncan Robinson or something like that. I'm not saying that's happened, and I think we're all putting way too many words into Joel Embiid's mouth. Remember, Clay, he came out this week on Twitter, and he said, don't put me in the middle of this whole Ben Simmons thing. You know, USA Today had a story on this, you know, and he said, this is not a me and Ben thing. This is Ben and management here or something like that. So, but at least in that situation, the Heat would have something to put in play. It's interesting. Going back to when we started doing this Palette Rack City Inside the Paint, we talked about who you'd put Bam into play with. Remember, we talked about Bradley Beal. We talked about Damian Lillard, and we were a little cautious because you have such a unique player. And I know we were mocked in the chat group there a little. This would be a little different, but yeah. Right. And let's face it, Clay. If this goes to crap, and I'm not saying it will, but if it does, you know the Heat. They'll be open to trading anyone and everyone if they have to, because they want to get this right, because Pat Riley still wants to be in championship contention at least one more time.
Cap for Life, what's going on, my man? Good to hear from you. And then this was a good one I wanted to get to. How did I lose this? Man, this is live streaming at its best. How did I miss this? All right, well, here's one right here. Sure. Too extreme again. I'm not trying to get ahead of time, but if both players and Joel Embiid, Bradley Beal were both available, which of the two would you want the Heat to go after and why? I mean, for me, it's a no-brainer, and I love Bradley Beal, but it's Joel Embiid. He is a generational, transcendent type big man talent. So for me, it's Embiid.
And he's more unique at his position than a Bradley Beal, who's a very nice player, or even a Damian Lillard, who's an older player now in his 30s. So you have to think about that also. So, yeah, it's really interesting. I think if Joel Embiid gets caught up too much in the middle of all this conjecture, he's going to go, hey, I lived through the process. I was patient there. I'm not putting up with this BS anymore. It's really interesting. Daryl Morey, for whatever reason, couldn't hold on to James Harden in Houston, and we're seeing that all over again. And again, we're not a 76ers show, but this all impacts the Heat. It's just, will there be one more hurdle or one fewer hurdle?
And let me add one more to this. And again, I really like Bradley Beal. He's a phenomenal scorer. Bradley Beal is also a horrendous defensive player. And maybe he gets to, if you were to get to Miami, he'd be better. But Joel Embiid's a good defensive player. I mean, a really good defensive player.
He's defensive player of the year, award contender, and an all defensive team guy. Absolutely.
Right. So there's a lot of reasons why. Here's one that I was trying to find. Tremolio, how does and he was talking about the 6 feet rule amongst unvaccinated players. He says, how does that make sense when you're within 6 feet of the players on the court? And this is, and again, Naira, correct me if I'm wrong here, but this is in many ways about risk mitigation.
Yes.
That it's unavoidable for them to be within 6 feet of each other on the court, and you're running up and down. You're doing a lot of that. But you don't want to add to that by then having them within 6 feet of each other if they're unvaccinated, where the air is kind of like settling down and things like that. So, and that was my read on it.
And that's the contact tracing. There's X amount of time. If you remember when the Heat played those 2 games of Philadelphia last season, they were down to 8 players. They were almost at 7 because the league literally was doing the math with Tyler Hero as far as how much actual minutes and seconds was he next to player X. Does he qualify as being contact traced and away from the team and the games are postponed? Is he available? And do the Heat play with 8? Same thing here. You're simply trying to limit that. Look, Clay, I have a lot of issues with a lot of this. And one thing from a personal perspective, and this will impact you also and Will and the people in Local 10, is this. If the locker rooms are closed and they're going to use it under the guise of, hey, we want to limit contact, so we don't want the media coming in and mingling with the players, I'm going to have an issue. If you're vaccinated, I'm vaccinated. I don't know I'm not talking about anyone's status, but if the media people are vaccinated, I would find it hard to believe we can't commingle with the players in the locker room, but these guys can go in public to restaurants, to movie theaters, to supermarkets, to malls, not knowing if people are vaccinated or not. When I covered Summer League, I had to send the front and backs of my vaccination card to the NBA, had to fill out a questionnaire, certify that everything was true, and then hand it over to them. So it's just a matter of, it seems kind of, two-sided to say, well, no, we're limiting the media or anyone else away from them if you know they're vaccinated, but the player, they can go and spend the rest of the afternoon at the mall if he wants.
I'm just going to be happy when we're not having to talk about this anymore. But it is the reality. And I understand, I'm sure a lot of people who are listening to us right now are.
And what do you know? We hit about the 50-minute mark here, and I guess we learned the lesson that Clay Ferraro's internet at home is paid on an hourly basis. So while Clay reconnects, just again to go over the rules here when it comes to the NBA vaccination policy, these are all works in progress. That right now when the NBA is discussing their vaccination policy, they even told us these are the rules as of now. But in mid-September, we'll have further rules. Does it impact the way the games are played? The hope is not. Does it impact the schedule? No. We're talking still an 82-game schedule, not the 72 games of last season, not the fewer when the NBA went to the bubble there. So we have that in play also. A regular season, regular rules, closer to regular rosters, except two-way players now can be on rosters for 50 games as opposed to previous rules when they could only be around the team or practice for 50 days. So the NBA knows it's in between. And just like in previous season, the NBA has said there could be modifications. We might have to expand rosters, make other players available if it comes to that. But the hope is here from the NBA, with the high vaccination rates that they have right now, that when it comes to all these rules, that the NBA basically will be in a better place otherwise. And please, because if Clay might not watch the replay here, don't tell him the song selection that we went through there.
I am so disappointed.
And if he wants to hear Barry Manilow's greatest hits, he's going to have to go somewhere else.
Apologies. Oh, that's it. I finally figured out it is not the internet. It is something with the device, whatever. So now we know next time I will disconnect.
Turn the screensaver off.
I really apologize to the viewers and the listeners because I was able to get back on quickly and I did not hear a single tune from you. I did not hear Barry Manilow.
But I also did, in all honesty, went through the NBA rules a little bit more about what's going on with COVID. Okay. And just the fact, Clay, and you're dealing with it when you report on other sports also, is how we know that everything could change at a moment's notice.
Yes, but again, as I was saying before we got cut off, we're all ready to talk strictly about sports, yes. But this is the reality that we're dealing with. So even though it's an uncomfortable subject, felt like we had to broach it. Last one before we get out of here.
Sure.
We were asked, is Tyler Hero a showcase player this year? In other words, in some ways, are they maybe going to put him in situations not just to help himself and the team, but also to show off what he can do, to where if they decide that they need that extra player, that they're going to put him in a situation where he makes himself attractive as a potential trade option.
Before the end of training camp, really the start of the season, the Heat will have to guarantee the next season on Tyler Hero's contract. It's an automatic on a rookie scale, but a year from now, Tyler Hero will be eligible for an extension, the same type of extension as Bam Adebayo received last November. So the Heat have decisions to make. Is he another guy? Clay, we talked about this earlier in the show. The money they're paying Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry and Duncan Robinson and Bam Adebayo, how many of those can you have? And you have to decide, should Tyler Hero be one of those? So I think they will explore everything about Tyler Hero to see what he could be in this roster. But your point is a valid point, as is the person on the text line there, and that is on the chat line there, and that is this. He's also probably their best trade chip. They don't have a lot of mid-tier contracts. They don't have a lot they can deal. Anyone signed in the offseason cannot be traded till at least December 15th. Certain players like Duncan Robinson, not till January 15th. So if a deal comes along, if it's a Beal, if it's a Lillard, if it's a Simmons or whatever, Tyler Hero is still going to be the showcase piece through no fault of his own because he's their most tradable asset right now. So to a degree, he's already proven himself as a tradable asset. Now you have to ask yourself, is he an extendable asset? That's what I think this season will be about.
So much to talk about as we get ready for camp coming up at the end of the month. Guys, thanks for spending some time with us today. Thank you for letting us steal some of your Football Friday away. The Big O Show rolls on next. I'm sure you're going to hear a lot more about the Canes, the Dolphins, and the national champs from UCF. I had to get it in there. Hokies going to beat the Tar Heels tonight. Guys, thanks for hanging out. Big O Show rolls on next.
Thank you.
You've been listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button to support Inside the Paint. If you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business, there's only one choice: Pallet Rack City.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
This is the Big O Show.
There's many ways to support our program, from subscribing and liking the show to visiting our terrific sponsors. Another way is using Cash App. If you would like to donate to the show and help us grow, download Cash App and search Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. We appreciate your support as we continue to build the best sports show on the planet for South Florida sports fans. Support the Big O Show by using Cash App and donate to Cash Big O Show. Thank you for your incredibly loyal support.
This is the Big O Show.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is the Big O.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Oh, yeah, we are back. Yes, hour number 3 of the program. Thank you all for tuning in, for staying here, for keeping it locked. As always, we appreciate you all out there. Very kind of you. Great job, as always, by Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. You know, it's funny because I'm watching the chat board, right? And I'm here. I'm still trying to see if I can find different things that maybe I can add to the show and the back half of it and all that. We've got Manny Navarro that will join us at 12:30 in hour number 4. Actually, he'll be joining us because we're going to have a 4-hour show today, apparently. So Manny will join us in hour number 4. So I'm looking for things to talk about. And then I'm looking at the chat board, and then there's this guy there. It's like, well, we should have only football on Fridays. And, not that there's anything wrong with this show. And it's like, ladies and gentlemen, relax. Okay. This was a show that it is normally on Wednesdays, but I don't mind that it's today. I mean, what's so, are the Dolphins starting this weekend? What is it? Canes, Alabama? We're going to cover that in hour number 4 with Manny Navarro. I talked a little bit about that in the first hour, that I'm not very confident. I mean, by the way, what do you want me to tell you about the University of Miami? Do you want me to go blow smoke up your ass and try to make you feel better about it? Like, because I'm sure you've got people that are already convincing themselves that this team is going to win. So, I mean, listen, man, I'm not here to BS anybody. And we had to move the show from Wednesday to Friday because we had conflicts. Just like Omar had conflicts. He's normally 10:30. He needed to do it earlier. So we accommodate. That's going to happen. So it is what it is. But listen, Ethereum is over 4,000. Bitcoin's over 51,000. Crypto.com is up over 16 cents now. So, nothing's going to ruin my mood anyways, because, crypto is doing very, 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 very well right now. So it's all good. So, yes, we will have to move things around at times. It's the way it is. If you don't like something, you can tune out. If you love it, you tune in. Whatever. Complaining, it ain't going to do a damn bit of good. Okay? Just want you to know that. But if you don't follow the show every day, which is, a lot of people that follow the show every day, they know we had to move it because we didn't have it on Wednesday. And in the end, it's sponsored. Get it? Capiche? So we got to, we just can't skip it because you don't want to talk about basketball on a Friday or something like that. Well, basketball for me is important every single day, just like football. We got fans that are hardcore about basketball, and they want to hear about it. So those guys did a great job. Damn you, Big O, with these Wings sponsors. Well, I hope I see you at Sports Grill hanging out with us, okay, for pre- and post-game shows. We're going to be at Miami Lakes now for the first 8 games, all right? Miami Lakes right off the Palmetto 154th. So come on out there and join us. Enjoy those special grilled wings, which now that you mentioned it, maybe I should go get me some special grilled wings today, because you're right. That's those special grilled wings. I can eat those things every day, man. They're so damn delicious. So good. So good. Word of mouth says the Miami Heat will be in the finals this year, beating the 76ers, Atlanta, and Bucks to get there. Brooklyn loses to Giannis again. I'll take it. This is one year where, as these guys get older, I don't know, this roster may fall apart a little bit, but this is one year where they got a good shot, man. They can put it all together. John Valdez says, can Miami pull off the upset? I think so, but we have to have the mental toughness above Alabama. But if we lose, let's make it a ball game for the love of God. Let's not have a Clemson letdown again. John, I don't think it has anything to do with mental toughness. And I think it has everything to do with talent and coaching. And I don't think Miami has Alabama's talent, and they certainly don't have Alabama's coaching. That's really what it is. This mental toughness stuff, I disagree with you, bro. I mean, listen, if that's what you want to convince yourself, that's cool. You and I will disagree on that. I'm sorry, but it would take a complete collapse from Alabama to lose this game. That's kind of the way I see it. No matter how many changes they made, because they're going to bring in better players than Miami has as it is, from top to bottom. Drago says, Big O, is it me or am I just noticing that a lot of current and former players really like Coach Flo? I hear former players on ESPN gushing over Coach Flo. Nice. Jerk wings. Yes. Yeah, go enjoy some jerk wings. That's nothing wrong with that. Yes, I think there's a lot of love for Flo right now around the league, and I think people respect. I mean, how can you not respect what Flo has done? Seriously. I mean, the dude's been a beast, man. I keep telling you, this is the best coach that Miami's had since Don Shula. This guy's way better than Jimmy. Way better. Listen to me. Way better than Jimmy Johnson. It's not even close. Jimmy had Marino at least. This guy, man, he took nothing 3 years ago and somehow or another made them a football team by the second half of the season, which was freaking amazing. And then last year goes and wins 10 games with a journeyman quarterback and a rookie. Are you kidding me? And if not, I think they were like the second youngest or third youngest roster in the NFL last year, and they won 10 games. I mean, how are you not impressed with Flo? How are you not impressed with Flo when he can go into Foxborough that first year and beat the GOAT and Belichick in their backyard in a game they need? How can you not love Flo when you watch players like Van Ginkel get better? When you watch a Nick Needham get better? For sure, man. I think, look, anybody with half a brain, anybody with a quarter of a brain, they watch what Flo is doing. You don't have to be an ex-player because obviously ex-players have a chance of understanding a lot more of what's going on than you and me, right? Because they've seen more and they know. But I think anybody with common sense has to have immense respect for what Brian Flores has done so far in 2 years and how he handles everything. He may not be perfect because nobody's perfect, but overall, dude's a monster, man. Dude's a monster. So I'm not surprised that he gets tons of love all over the NFL and in media and fans and maybe even opposing fans have to also, they may hate to admit it, but they have to admit it like, that dude looks like he can coach. So yeah, Brian Flores is a badass, man. It's a lot of fun to watch. It's fun to know that the Dolphins have a coach. That's the best part about all of this. While everybody's admiring it, it's good to know that you finally found somebody because it's taken forever and you've gone through one screw up after another, after another, after another. And you know what's the good thing is? Coach Flo is the real deal. Do you know why? Because you've watched all the garbage that came before him. And all the guys that came before him, you now know how not to do it. I think that's what's helped Chris Greer actually do a really good job with the Miami Dolphins because he was around for 15, 16 years watching one clown after another do one stupid thing after another. And he was probably taking notes going, okay, this is one thing I'll never do. Okay, if I ever take over, I'm never going to do this. I'm never going to do it. So he must have had a log about stuff from all of these people that came before. And for us as fans, it's kind of the same thing. You look at Flo and, oh, my Lord, is there a difference between Flo and Joe Philbin? Oh, my God, is there a difference between Flo and Tony Sperano and Dave Wanstead? Two guys that will happily settle for a field goal. Meanwhile, Flo has to settle for a field goal. He's breaking headsets. He's screaming at people. He's pissed off. In fact, he's the guy going for it on fourth down. He's the guy that will take the chances that others won't because he's got some cojones. There's no more fist pumping and going nuts about 3 points in a league where you need all kinds of sevens to win. So, yeah, Coach Flo, There's no doubt, man. That's why he's getting the praise, because people look at him and they say, okay, I see what they got in Cincinnati and Zach Taylor. Yeah, no, I'm watching. I'm watching John Gruden and his $100 million contract in Oakland, and that's a clown show. So when you watch what goes on other teams, and then you look at Flo, you're like, okay, yeah, no, we're good. We're good. We got a good coach. Hells to the yeah. Operation Theater says, I just had a draft last night from second pick, my first 6 picks. Cook, A.J. Brown, CeCe, Judy, Mike Davis, Gaskin, and Dak. There you go. Good luck to you, my brother. Chess Rockwell says, Big O, keep us posted on the development of your crypto show. I actually was talking with Abel the other day about the crypto show, and I have not started the crypto show, got to be honest, because I haven't finished this. I got to focus on this. I got to get this leveled off. I got a lot of things to do. We got to load this up with more sponsors. We got to make a living. We got to get, we added Sean now, but we got to add Sean like completely, you know what I mean? So he's not complete yet where he can make a living off of this. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of, to be honest. And we still have to add somebody else also to take the video stuff to another level too at the same time. So, we're doing some little things, but we're not where I want to be and where we need to be for all kinds of things. So that's why I've got to, before I start the other project with crypto, I've got to start this one. I've got to finish this one and set this up. You know what I'm saying? So I am in the process of talking with all kinds of people and trying to hammer it out. But of course, this is not done overnight. And listen, considering we started June 14th, I believe was the date we restarted the podcast, and where we're at now, we've made a ton of, think about it. We're just in the beginning of September. So it's only 2.5 months. And we've done everything that we've done so far. We've got a few sponsors. We need to triple the amount of sponsors that we have right now, at least. And then we also have to, level everything off and make sure we have all the remotes that we're going to have and all that good stuff. So, once we get that going and we're done, then we will start the Crypto Bro show. Alex Down on myself and Abel. So I'm looking forward to it. I want to do it, but I have to, everything in order. I was thinking of tackling it all, but I just don't want to be spread out that way. And then I'm not able to really dedicate to it. So once I get this thing going and it's in a groove and we're set, you know what I mean? Then I can move on and try to expand and do the crypto show. But I do talk crypto here on the show. So I will give you some of my, I don't know if you can call it insight or advice or whatever, but I can tell you at least what I like to do in the crypto market. Not that I'm a financial advisor. Okay. Ray says, howdy, yo. I am confident the Canes will score 3 points. My bad. 7 points. Pardon my sarcasm. Sucks. I know. It's hard. I love my Canes, man, but it is impossible to truly feel confident about tomorrow. If you feel confident, if you're sitting there going, oh, no, I know they're going to...
Blind-ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind-ass fan coming through.
It's when, some people make arguments about certain things and they have zero proof about it, because that happens a lot in today's world, right? There's zero proof of anything, right? Hey, they're tracking us with the vaccine. Hey, there are things inside the vaccine. Yeah. Don't you think somebody would have sliced up that vaccine already and exposed it? There's nothing in it, right? But people will throw that out there with no proof. You know what I'm saying? That kind of stuff. Same thing here. It's the same thing. Oh, the Canes are going to win. Why? Well, they're jacked up. It's their time. They'll have the emotion. They'll be ultra focused. There's no substance to it. Because you can't say Miami's talent is better. You can't say their coaching is better. You can't say the recent history is better. You can't say that they normally compete against these kind of teams because they don't. And you certainly can't say they normally beat these kind of teams because they can't. Right? There's zero proof. There's nothing to lean on at all. There's zero to lean on. And yet, if you want to go convince yourself that they're going to win, well, then.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
All righty. Rebecca, by the way, is on Twitter. She's saying me and Beeper. What is that? What is that? Beeper effect? Say hi. Off to Atlanta. Hashtag beat Bama. Hashtag go Canes. Just as I was talking about this. I hope so, man. I just kind of feel that the folks that are going to be at that game, they're going to walk out of there like I did in the Sugar Bowl against Alabama when George Teague steals the ball from Lamar Thomas. Yeah, I was at that game. And that was not a fun thing. That wasn't a fun moment to be at that game. Oh, man. I love it. Mo Sticky says, got on that one in May as well. Thanks for the insight. Mo Sticky's talking about crypto coin Crow, which I saw Crow hit 16 cents, which is just absolutely phenomenal. So if you did, so far, not that I'm a financial advisor, I'm just a sports talk show host that loves crypto. But if you got on Matic, Polygon when I told you, you doubled your money. If you got on Crow, you've doubled your money or close to it. You're up about 70%. If you got VeChain when I told you, you've either doubled or tripled your money. Depends on where you're at. Pretty well, it's not tripled yet. You're getting close to triple. You're easily doubled your money, or you're making at least 40, 50, 60%. If you got on Ethereum when we told you at 15, 16, 1700, it's at 4,000. You've more than doubled your money. If you got on Cardano when we told you, which was around 97 cents, $1, $1.02, $1.06, $1.10, it's just at $3 now or just over $3. You've either doubled, tripled your money. So, just saying. Just throwing it out there. Not a financial advisor. Did not sleep at a Holiday Inn or anything like that. None of that. Just a sports talk show host that absolutely freaking loves to invest in the crypto market. That's all I'm saying. If you went along with our suggestions, we have not swung and missed on any of them. Just saying. That's all. Just throwing it out there. Might not win, but would make it there. I don't know what that means. Bama rolls 45-10. Alabama's second team would make the playoffs. Nico says, I know a diehard season ticket holder who travels to every game that isn't going to this Bama game because they don't want the heartbreak. I don't blame him, man. I don't blame him. It's tough to travel to Atlanta, pay for the flight, or drive up there, pay for a hotel room if you have to, if you're going to stay, and then pay for the game, and then have to walk out after an embarrassing performance and you lost by 30 points. It's brutal, man. It's brutal. I've been there. I've done it. I know. I've felt the disappointment. What did I tell? You know what? Completely different situation, but the same scenario. What did I tell you yesterday about all the Cuban protests, right? I was one of those protesting in the 80s. I was one of those at Versailles, and we were at the Freedom, not the Freedom Tower, but the torch, the Freedom Torch over there by Bayside. We had that whole thing, and they never did anything because The government never does anything about that. And what did I tell you? I've been there. I've felt that disappointment. So when I saw everybody at Versailles and Freedom Tower and doing all those protests, I knew nothing would happen because I've been there and done it. I've been through that disappointment. They don't know about it because a lot of those people that were at Versailles and a lot of those people that were at the Freedom Tower protesting and all of that, they're newer Cubans to this town. So they didn't experience the 80s. So they don't know, you know what I mean? But a lot of us that did it, we kind of saw ourselves in those people, you know, the last month or so. And I knew that those things would end up dying out and nothing would be done because they never do anything. There's no threat to the United States. So same thing. So I know what it's like. So if you decide not to go to Atlanta to watch UM and Alabama, I completely understand because I know what it felt like walking out of the Sugar Bowl, Alabama kicking Miami's ass, and then getting in the car and driving back to Miami from New Orleans because we drove to go to that one. And it's a long-ass drive, dude, with that loss. And it's frustrating. Ramona says, I can't wait until the Dolphins play the Bucs. I really do believe that the Dolphins will win that game at Tampa Bay because we got way better defense than the Bucs do. Bucs have a hell of a defense, Ramona. The Bucs are the champions. The Bucs have a sick wide receiving core. They're going to be that's going to be a tough nut to crack. But I will tell you this, Ramona. Here's where I'll go with you on this. I'm not going to say it's an automatic loss. I feel like Miami can be competitive. So, you know, I'm not going to guarantee a win. You can do that, and we'll give you plenty of love if it happens. But I will say, not like, let's say, like tomorrow. Like, you know, I'm expecting a loss. I'm not even expecting UM to be competitive. That's I'll be at least pleasantly surprised and happy with UM if they're at least competitive. I'll be really happy with UM if they're competitive because they don't belong anywhere on the same field with Alabama. So if they can actually somehow show a little bit that they belong there, that would be freaking amazing. Their uniforms look better. Okay. Flo is a great coach and a great person. I agree with you, Nico. Leon Fresco says, I love the blind ass fan.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
Now, Ramona says, I think the Canes can keep it close, at least 10 points. We have a shot at least winning it and shock the world, 305. Now, Ramona, I think you've been drinking here in the morning. Here at 11:27. Now I think, Ramona, you've been knocking back down a little too many drinks. You gotta slow down. Slow down. Push that Johnny Walker bottle away. Okay? Tell Smirnoff no more. No more Grey Goose. Okay? Ramona, that's it. Gotta have fun, Ramona. Nico says, I know a diehard ticket holder who travels to every game. That's crazy. I mean, to travel to every game also, you know, I know you shouldn't travel to this one, but to travel to every game would be crazy. Irvin says, I own stock too in Charles Schwabe. Okay. I got out of the stock market, so I can no longer comment on the stock market. I stopped following it. To me, I think crypto is the better market to invest in. There's more potential, and it's at such an infancy stage that you can truly take advantage of this situation and maybe even get some life-altering money if it can happen. Bama 45, Sweaty Miami 21. Let's see. Irving says, I love this show. Thank you, Irving. That's very kind of you. Craig Sebring says, I think the best college football team in Florida is UCF. Well, nice job yesterday coming back from 21 points down. Malzahn and company did a really nice job there to come back. I don't know if they are I think Florida is the best team in the state right now, not UCF. couple years ago, we could have made that argument. Right now, I'll take Florida as the best team in the state. Hate to say it. Would love to say Miami, but I'm going to go with the Gators. The Gators are probably the better team right now in the state. The Ragent says the Finns have always struggled against Tampa Bay, even when they sucked. Drew Boo says, say no to drugs, my Ramona. My Ramona. Let's see. What made you start liking crypto? My frustrations with the stock market. And I was making a little money on the stock market, but I didn't think that there was as many opportunities to hit it big. And stock market's already kind of established. So now you've got to find these penny stocks or something, because what are you going to do? Wait for Apple to dip but you're going to have to invest in so much money in Apple to make money that I don't have that kind of money. I'm not rich. So crypto, to me, when I started looking into it, I realized that it's the future stock market. I realized that it's a future period in a lot of things, from the DeFi market to the internet, so many different things, NFTs, art, music, all these things that we're going to start. It's going to be a part of our lives coming up. And I said, well, wait a minute. If all of this stuff, it's like the phone and an airplane and the internet and anything else that's been invented in the last 100 years, that's what crypto is. The banking the way you know it is going to be absolutely destroyed and will disappear. Branches are going to be disappearing, not just because of the pandemic, but also because DeFi is going to take over, because human beings are going to be more in charge of their money. They're going to have more power to get money. It's going to be easier to loan money, and it's going to be less penalties to pay back that money. The interest rates are going to go drastically down. A lot of things are going to change. Commerce is going to change. People are going to be able to send each other money without having to wire something from their local bank to a national bank, who then wires it to an international bank, who then sends it to whatever bank you're going to in another country. Whereas it's going to be from wallet to wallet. It's going to be from my company here in America to your company in Switzerland or in New Zealand or in Argentina. Directly, one shot, boom, boom, no fees, tiny fees, pennies, compared to the several dollars that you have to spend for every transaction. And so a lot of these things are going to change the way when you buy concert tickets now, you're going to end up, it's going to be on the blockchain. Ticketmaster will end up on the blockchain. And if you scalpers, so if you want to resell your ticket, well, guess what's going to happen now? You bought the ticket for $100. This concert sold out. You can't go, but you can sell it for $200. Great. You will now get $80 out of that $100. 20% of that will go to the artist, whether you like it or not. The only way to exchange it is to exchange it through digital currency, through money, your money, and it has to be through digital in order for you to grab that ticket and get a hold of it. Outside of that, and it's going to be in your phone. So in order for that transfer to happen, there has to be funds. And those funds, some will go to you and some will go to the artist. You buy all these NFTs and art and things like that. You buy. Now the artist is going to have revenue streams from that for the rest of their lives. So if you sell a painting from one person to another, the artist is going to get whatever it is, 20, 25, 30% of whatever the resale is. So if you sell it for $1 million extra, the artist will get $200,000 to $300,000 for it. You'll make your money extra, but so will the artist, perpetually. There's a lot of things people don't understand about crypto. They don't really, they are afraid, they're intimidated. It's just like the internet. It's like an email. It's like that commercial from, is it Geico? Where the guy goes, well, okay, we're going to open a PDF. Who wants to do that? And everybody's like, oh, no, whoa. Because, it's like old people. They don't want to mess with the internet at this point still. Old people, they don't know what the hell a PDF is. You get what I'm saying? This is what crypto is to 95% of the world. Now, about 60% of the world has heard of Bitcoin, but they don't know shit about it. Oh, yeah, I heard about that Bitcoin thing. They don't know about VeChain and Cardano, and those haven't become household names. Not even Ethereum is a household name, even though Ethereum is the best investment that there is in crypto, period. It's been the best investment for a while. It's been outperforming Bitcoin for a long time and will outperform Bitcoin for the next several years. But whatever. But the point is that while Bitcoin is a little more relevant as a household term, doesn't mean that people know anything about it. And if you notice anybody old, they'll tell you, oh, that stuff is a scam. That stuff is this, because they don't know shit about it. So that's why they're stupid and they say stupid things like that. And they're freaking morons. But that's fine, dude. The Wright brothers will never fly. And Bell will never figure out the phone. And the internet is a fad. And, you know, it's the same crap that's gone on in the history of time. That's all. But crypto will be an enormous part of your life coming up. If you're 70, maybe you don't give a shit. That's fine. But if you're 7 years old and you're 17 and you're 27 and 37, you better learn it. You better find out about it. You better get more information on it. That's all I'm saying. It's going to be an enormous part of your life, of all of our lives, in every way, shape, and form. Okay? So there you go. That's why I got into it, because I realized what it was going to mean to our lives. And then I said, okay, well, then this is something that everybody's going to end up using one way or another. And the blockchain is the ultimate internet now, and it's coming. You'll see. So there you go. Robert Triana says, crypto to the moon, baby. We're early right now. Everyone should invest at least $400 a month on any of the top 50 tokens. Woohoo! And he says, not a financial advisor. Stick with the top 25. That's what Robert Triana says. And thank you, sir, for giving us plenty of love on the super chat. And he's right. Now, again, we're not financial advisors. Robert Triana is just a sports fan that loves this show, that supports the hell out of us. I am just a sports talk show host for 31 years, but I just love crypto, and I talk about it. I'm not a financial advisor, never have been, never will be. But there you go. Those are my thoughts on it. Okay. Scott Polidoro, I think is how it's pronounced, says, hey, Wichita, Kansas in the house. Nice, nice. Yeah, love it. And I love Kansas, from Kansas. Love that band. Haven't been to Little Havana yet. Any recommendations on things to do going to the Dolphins versus Colts October 3rd? Well, before you go to Little Havana, I mean, after the game October 3rd, I want you to shoot over to Sports Grill on Miami Lakes, which is literally 15 minutes from the stadium. Seriously, it's right on the Palmetto. You know, the stadium is just off of the Palmetto. It's 2 miles north of the Palmetto exit. So you'd go 2 miles south on 27th Avenue, get on that Palmetto, and then go about, 10 minutes down. You get off on 154th. And right there, man, come on out and join us. Now, you want to go to Domino Park. You want to go to Ball and Chain Restaurant is a great place out there. You want to have some Cuban coffee, man. Have some Cuban coffee. Go to Versailles, go to Coretta. Those are Cuban places to have some terrific food. Let me see what else. And then just, take up the atmosphere of the culture that is Little Havana, because it's a different part of the world. It's a different part of Miami. It's just a whole. It's what you won't get anywhere else in South Florida, put it that way. So yeah, go. There's several places. I love Ball and Chain, great place. So if you're here for a couple days, That's a great place to go hang out. If you got a special someone, you can do a little dancing, do a little salsa, a little merengue. They got a great vibe in that place. Ball and Chain is one of the most underrated clubs, restaurants, fun places to hang out, bars in South Florida. And it's in Little Havana. Great atmosphere, man. Great vibe in Ball and Chain. I love that place. So that's a couple things. But, of course, you got to visit us at Sports Grill. Okay? Make sure you visit us in Sports Grill. I appreciate it. Let's see. How many Sports Grill wings could you eat in one sitting? Haven't eaten all day. And your pick of flavored wings, I bet, is under at 15. Yeah, I probably can't eat more than 50. There's a 16 order, and I never do the whole 16. Maybe 10, 12 on average. You know, I'm a weird fat guy. I'm the fat guy that I can't sit and like eat a 48-ounce steak or something. Like, I got a buddy of mine that can do that in a heartbeat. He'll eat a 48-ounce steak, and he'll have potatoes, and he'll have an appetizer, and he'll have a couple of drinks, and then he'll look at you and go, "What's for dessert?" You know, that kind of dude. Like, there's no way I can eat what I just told you in 5 sittings. I'm the weird fat guy. I'm the guy that picks at food all day long is what I do. You know what I mean? I'm not the guy that can sit there and have a monstrous meal. So, no, I'm not the guy that's going to eat 50 wings, 40 wings, or whatever. I'm going to eat maybe 10, 12 wings maybe 13 on a really good day that I'm hungry. Yeah, I'll do something like that. But yeah, I'm not a giant eater. It is amazing how skinny people are the ones that dominate all those eating contests. You would think the big, giant, large guys can do it. None of them ever win those eating contests. It's always some skinny dude, bro. It's freaking amazing how they can stretch that stomach out, man. And you would figure a big fat guy could fit a lot more inside of him, right? Oh, look at him. He's a big, hefty dude. He's going to be able to eat a lot. It's crazy. Weird. Uber Beaner says, Big O, I threw down 200 on the money line for the Dolphins against the Patriots. Go Dolphins. I'm good. I like that. What's your final score prediction? What are we talking about, Ramon? Are you talking about the Canes? Yeah, we got plenty of time to talk Dolphins. Canes, God. I'm going to go 51-16. Something like that. Shows you what I'm expecting. I apologize, man. It's just Manny does nothing for me. Has done nothing for me from day one. It's just a lot of. That's all. That's all it's at a point now where I've tuned it out already. I don't even want to hear him anymore. I don't want to hear him talk anymore. I don't want to hear him talk about what he's fixed and how excited he is and that they're kicking ass and this and that. There's no credibility there. Until I see that team perform the way it's supposed to perform, until I see them prepared week in and week out, until I see that they're not dancing on the sidelines when they're losing, until I see them no longer struggle against mediocre teams or lose to like an FIU, then maybe I can start to listen and give credibility to what's going on. But that's my problem right now with Manny Diaz. He has lost all credibility. And to me, this is like his final year where I can tolerate it enough to at least see what he can do. Because he's got 19 of 22 guys returning. He's got his quarterback back. He's got a ton of experience right now. I don't know if he'll ever have this again, experience-wise. You could have more talent and better players down the line, maybe. But you have a ton of experience right now. Dude, if you can't beat North Carolina with this team, then you're not the guy. You're not the guy. But that's my problem, Ramona. I cannot have faith in somebody that has been absolutely incompetent in every regular season I've watched him coach. Those 2 regular seasons that he's coached. He is incompetent. And anything else, you're lying to yourself. That's why those of you out there that are trying to spin this like they're going to do this and that and they're going to win this and all that, you're lying to yourself. There's no way deep down inside you believe that. And if you do, then you're just a fan, like a fanatical fan, and you have no objectivity and you have no sense of reality whatsoever. That's the way I look at it. It's the sad part, but it's what it is. Let's see what else. I went to Wichita, Kansas once. Very nice people. Not surprised. Are you surprised? People in that part of the world, you know, they actually tell you hi and they'll open the door for you. You know, there's that Midwestern, you know, culture that they're good, wholesome, hardworking people, man. Let's see. Hawaiian Punch goes, Ramona is just drinking too much Grey Goose right now. Basically, he's saying. Alex Diaz says, you think Bishop Sycamore can beat the Canes? That's funny. It's funny. Daniel Grafton says, you're not the guy, and he puts a stop. Just stop it, guy. I don't know what he's talking about. Are you talking to me, Grafton? What do you want me to stop? You're not that guy. What am I not that guy? I don't know. You got to help me out there. Mob Rules is saying LOL, and there's a smiling face. Why are you guys laughing? What did I do? Oh, you guys are laughing at the blind ass fan alert. Okay, I get it. Yeah, that's for those of you that are new. I mean, I've been using a blind ass fan alert for many years on this program. It's something I came up with. And it's just one of those things that we do on the show. We talk about the blind ass fan. So you know the definition of the blind ass fan. The blind ass fan is the fan that's unrealistic about their team. Okay? It's the Marlin fan that chimes in and says, hey, Marlins are going to start a series against the Phillies. And I want you to know that starting tonight, they're going to win 15 in a row. All right. And they're going to be in the playoffs next year, maybe World Series. And then what happened?
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
It's the guy that comes to you and says, what are you talking about, dude? Manny Diaz is a great coach.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
That's the blind ass fan. The blind ass fan is the man or woman that cannot face the reality of their own team. That's all. It's pretty simple. It's the fan that tells you, dude, I am convinced that Tyler Hero will become a superstar next year.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
Listen, the BAF is the person that calls you and says, you know, now that I think about it, Joe Philbin was underrated.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
You know, after everything that's happened, I got to tell you, I know what's gone on. It took him a while to adjust to South Florida and the humidity, even though he doesn't play in the humidity. But I still think Bobrovsky is going to be the best goaltender in the NHL next season.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
Okay? See, now you get the drift. That is the blind ass fan. That's the definition. That's how you use blind ass fan. That's the way you spin it around. It's your buddy, it's your friend, it's your family member, it's your coworker, and he's looking at you going, dude, I'm telling you, bro, the Jets, they're headed to the Super Bowl.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
It's the Raiders fan that is convinced that John Gruden is actually the end.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
There you go. Now you've got the definition of what the blind ass fan is. So now you can use it however you want. So there you go. How about that? We gotta create some blind ass fan shirts. That's the next thing we got to do now on the show. That's the other thing I got to do. I'm working with somebody now on trying to put all this stuff together so we can have shirts and hats and maybe even masks and everything for our show. That's another thing that we want to put together there. Trey says, Big O, did you hear Shannon said Mac Jones and Skip said Hurts will have a better career of the Alabama QB?
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
I mean, listen, anybody's entitled to think whatever they want. Why not? You know? Craig Sebring says, I know a Dallas fan that says the Cowboys will win the NFC East and a playoff game, and I told them about your show and that he's a blind-ass fan. And, boy, that is definitely a blind-ass fan. But, you know, it's almost like that these Cowboy fans have become blind-ass fans every year. And the worst part is watching media members buy into it every year. Listen, I may not be a guy that, you know, when I hear Stephen A. talk about anything outside of basketball, I like turn it off completely. I don't want him to, I don't want to hear him talk about any other sport because he doesn't know jack shit about any other sport. Okay. He's a lazy dude. He only follows basketball. That's what his deal is. I know ESPN forces it out there because they're paying him $4 billion a year, and God bless you, you're making all that money. But I've heard enough that I know he doesn't follow other sports. Although you saw the story that Michael Irving and Tim Tebow are going to join Stephen A. on First Take. Did you hear about that? Because Max Kellerman is out. So now they're going to have those two rotating. How stupid is that? How ridiculous is that? Michael Irvin doesn't know jack shit about sports. He only knows football. That's the only thing he follows. I mean, he proved it at QAM. He can't do an effing talk show. All he is, he's great for an interview. He's great for a segment. So he comes in and he does his rah-rah stuff and he gives you any of those motivating speeches for UM and all that, and you get him for all that fluff stuff, and then you get him the hell out. The idiots at QAM, what was it? Chris Jones was the moron that was in charge in those days. You know, that dumbass, it was they put a salesperson as a PD. Okay? And that dude thought that putting athletes on was a good idea, which is a terrible idea because, see, the problem is everybody thinks that you can find another Joe Rose, and you can't because most athletes are too lazy to follow all sports. They may follow their own sport that they played in, but they're not going to follow other sports. So you can't be a talk show host if you can't talk about all sports. For that, then you put them in a show that is just strictly their own show. So you're going to have Tim Tebow, who is too nice to be a guy that's going to go back and forth with Stephen A. So that's going to have no juice whatsoever. And then you have Michael Irvin, who doesn't know jack shit about sports. The only thing he knows is football. Period. End of story. So it's that's how desperate you are that you're actually going to put those guys on First Take. You're better off having Stephen A. maybe bring in a guest or two, not a debated guest, but maybe more of a Q&A stuff about hot topics that those people are covering, and then have him go off on those subjects. You might be better off there. If you can't find somebody that can bring the same kind of energy and match wits with him or even be to his superior, then why do it? I saw that, and it's like, Michael Irvin, God, you guys obviously did not see the terrible QAM experiment. I mean, that dude has no business doing a talk. Like most athletes, dude. Most athletes, you can put them on TV for a soundbite, but most athletes can't do a legitimate radio talk show. They can't. You got to work to do this. You got to actually watch sports. You got to actually want to read about what's going on in the different places. Look, when we brought on Omar, Omar had no idea that Penei Sewell was struggling the entire preseason because he doesn't have to, dude, because his job is to follow the Dolphins and cover the Dolphins. He doesn't have to follow the whole league. That's not what he gets paid to do. But what do I get paid to do? Well, kind of get paid. But anyway, what I get paid to do is follow everything. So that way I can talk about everything. It's kind of what we do here, right? I'll talk a little music. I can talk crypto. I can talk sports. I can talk about whatever it is that went on. The guy brought up UCF, and I said, well, did a nice job coming back from that injury. By the way, I felt terrible for the Minnesota running back, dude. That guy was having such a great game and ends up getting the leg injury. God. And he was a monster. What did he get? 163 yards and 2 touchdowns? Kid was beastly yesterday. Felt bad for him, man. Minnesota gave him a little bit of a game, like I thought they would. That was the one game that I was intrigued to watch yesterday. But going back to that, you think Michael Irvin's going to watch all this stuff like I did? He can't do a talk show. He's going to live off of the producers. That's what he's going to do. And then he's going to formulate his own opinions on something that they give him, but not because he watched it himself. So I whatever. It's funny, man. It seems like it just like the decisions at these places just get worse and worse and worse. And that's because you put the wrong people in charge. You see what happens over at 560 and 790, where those stations are getting absolutely destroyed. And, but they got a fool running the place. It's the way it goes. JG Long says, Big O, what do you think of the competitors to take on Fox? Seems like Sharp is okay with Bayless. Yeah, they're okay, but they don't move the needle ratings-wise. That's the problem with Fox. Fox still hasn't gotten to the point where they're kind of mainstream and people watch them all the time. ESPN is just etched in people's, habits already. So that's where they go to first. Very few people go to Fox. Very few. That's the problem. That's where Fox is having their issues. They haven't been able to cross over. Hawaiian Punch says, what ratings? Yeah. SI predicted final results of every NFL game in 2021 using Al had Miamau. What the hell? I don't know what the hell that is. Is that a joke? Did I miss out on it? George says mainstream sports channels are so out of touch with the true sports fan really craves out of reporting. I can understand that. Horndog says, who watches First Take when you have the Big O show? First Take is on its last leg. Only way to revamp it is adding Nick Wright with Stephen A. That wouldn't be bad. I like Nick Wright. I think he does a nice job. I enjoy NFL Sunday on Fox. Yeah, but that's a pregame football show. That's different. That's not really a sports talk show or banter show or whatever you want to call it. Let me see. How about the people who think Ryan Tannehill's a top 5 NFL QB? Oh, dude, when you say that.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
Hawaiian Punch says the blind ass fan alert got my dog barking. That's absolutely awesome. All right, we got a bunch of things. I want to get to some stuff football-wise here in hour number, what is this, 4 now coming up? Yes, it is hour number 4. I got a couple of football things I want to talk about and run by you guys, a little Dolphins, a little NFL that I want to get into. We got some local stuff also that I want to share. I still have some music things that I want to also talk to you about. And I got something, I don't know if it's funny or pathetic. I'm not exactly sure how you want to describe this, but I want to share it with you. I'm going to share it with you right on the other side of this. So when we start hour number 4 here, so do me a favor, give me a couple of seconds here. Quick break. And it's hour number 4 next. There's many ways to support our program, from subscribing and liking the show to visiting our terrific sponsors. Another way is using Cash App. If you would like to donate to the show and help us grow, download Cash App and search Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. We appreciate your support as we continue to build the best sports show on the planet for South Florida sports fans. Support the Big O Show by using Cash App and donate to Cash Big O Show. Thank you for your incredibly loyal support.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Are ready to rock and roll. Hour number 4 of the program. Clarence Hill Jr., who covers the Cowboys, says, filming for Hard Knocks has concluded. The cameras are gone. Coach Mike McCarthy says he can now be more genuine with his team now. Same for players and staff. Oh, man. It's all for show. But I will say I do enjoy watching Hard Knocks every year. I think they do a really good job with the production of it. But now we can be more genuine. Be careful what you're saying. The cameras are on. It's a beautiful thing. All right. Let's see. Sorry, folks. I am sending something here that I have to send. I have no choice. And it's hard for me to walk and chew gum, so walk and text is also a little bit of a challenge, too, here on the program. So we'll have a little fun. We will we got a lot of things to talk about here in this hour. Manny Navarro is also going to join us at the bottom of the hour. So we'll have a shot here at talking to Manny. And we'll get it in, and we'll talk about the Canes and Alabama. Huge game tomorrow, huge test for Manny, huge moment also for the program. Because think about it, if somehow or another I am wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, I hope I'm dead wrong, I hope on Monday you guys are chiming in on the text line and you're telling me, oh my God, you were wrong. Look at that. They won. They were fantastic. They were awesome. That could be the moment that you could turn your program around, because then highly rated recruits are going to go, well, wait a minute. Maybe the U is back now. They're beating Alabama. And you got to get to that point where you're showcasing these kids and putting them in moments that will last a lifetime, not moments that are depressing. And that's what's happened over the years, that a lot of these kids, they're part of some embarrassing losses over the years. And that's kind of what they stand for. That's kind of what this program's been for several years, mediocre. And remember what, like one of our listeners said, I just hope they're competitive and it's not like a Clemson type game, because you're so used to getting pummeled by Clemson lately that they just control you constantly and kill you, that you're like, well, wait a minute, is this the norm now? So there's a lot in that sense on the line that you're going to have an opportunity to really send one hell of a message. Let's see if they can. It would be pretty cool if they're able to do it. It really would be. But it could go a long way. I think there's no shot of it happening. None whatsoever. So I'd love to feel, what's it called? Confident about it, but I can't. By the way, many ways to reach out to the program. Yahoo email, BigORadioShow@yahoo.com. Twitter, Big O Show. YouTube, of course. You can send in your question, your comment, all kinds of good stuff there. We also want you to share the link. Smash the like button, folks. Smashing the like button is one of the most important things that you'll do for our show, and we appreciate it immensely. So please smash the like button. Let's get it over 300 if we can when it's all said and done. We're pretty close to 200 as it is. So let's get it over that, and even way more. Let's get over 300. This helps the algorithm out. It'll be posted on more searches out there. When people are looking for Miami type sports, we will pop up more for them. Or if they're looking for sports talk, we will pop up more for them when that happens. So it's really, really important that you smash the hell out of the like button. Mike Dominguez says, how the hell did McCarthy win a Super Bowl in Green Bay? He doesn't seem like any good on Hard Knocks. Shows me how great Aaron Rodgers really is. Yeah. Yeah. And also shows you how sad, too, that Green Bay has only been able to get there once because they don't surround their great quarterback with enough people. And let me tell you something. Go back and look the year they won the Super Bowl, and go look at how many players were on injured reserve or out at that time. It's an impressive list that not only did Aaron Rodgers win it, but he won it, and he won it with a ton of people injured. Let me see if I can, because I gotta let me see the year. I don't know if they have the list of the people that were actually on the IR back when they won it. But if they do have it here on this page, then I think it'll be, let me see where it was. It was 2010, right? Let me look at it. Watch. I'm gonna give you a second here. Let me look at it here, and I will run it by you guys, because I think it's one of those where not a lot of people actually even think about this kind of stuff. But I do remember when it happened that there were a ton of people that were injured on that list, and they were able to overcome and win the championship, which I was always impressed with that. Let me see if they have it here. Okay. I doubt they will. I doubt they're going to have the, let me see where it's at. Okay. Sorry about this. Here we go. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Yes, here we go. They had Mark Tauscher out, Ryan Grant, Jermichael Finley, Mike Neal, Brandon Schiller, Justin Harrell, Brady Papinga, Nick Barnett, Marshall Newhouse, Morgan Burnett. They had a bunch of guys injured at that time. It was a list of 12, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 people that were on the IR that year that they wanted. 15 people. And several really important players, core guys. That's the part that was amazing. All right. You know what? My man Eves is on the line there, and you know what? I want to let me have some fun with Eves. Eves, how you doing, my brother? You doing all right?
I'm doing good, Big O. How about yourself? How's everything going today?
I can't complain, my brother. We're getting ready for the big weekend. We got and Alabama tomorrow.
Very excited about this to start the season with such a big game. I mean, we're so used to starting the season, with those smaller, almost what we call preseason games against the smaller D1 schools, usually unranked, trying to get warmed up. And we're coming out of the gate here with obviously what's been one of the best programs in this country for a very, very long time.
Yeah, man. It's crazy to think that this team has to start with that now, and they've got to bring their ultimate game, because you could bring your C game normally to those sisters of the poor, like we like to call them at the beginning of the season. You take on Toy Tech or something, and you're able to easily beat them. But now you've got to play the strange part is they're going to have to play the best football they've ever played under Manny Diaz in order to even be competitive in this game, which is scary, dude.
Yeah, we're going against the biggest in the SEC here, and it's a big weekend in Miami, a big weekend for football. CANES, Canes. Are we going to get a win, Big O? That's the question.
Yep, you're right. And this is why I tell you guys that if you're buying a home, you're selling a home, you want a second mortgage, you're looking to get that mortgage, please call. Listen, when you call American Dream Lending, you're going to get taken care of. Eves and company, all their people are just absolutely fantastic. They're going to take care of you. Excellent people. 786-930-4818. That's 786-930-4818. Call my man Eves. Eves, the only thing is, bro, I am worried about tomorrow. I'm incredibly worried that it's going to be an ugly game, my brother. That's what I'm worried about.
A lot of people are probably thinking the same thing, but I see greatness in the near future for my Canes.
Oh man, I hope you're right.
I see greatness.
I hope you're right, and that's why you guys, if you're local fans, Heat, Dolphins, Canes, Eves is a hometown guy, man. He loves all the local teams. And by the way, they're going to need a big performance. So you always have to come up with a big performance for folks when it comes to the mortgage business. What are we focusing in on now? Because I know rates are really low right now and people can take advantage. So what are you guys offering over there at American Dream Lending?
Well, right now, we're really have been in the thick of helping out the self-employed borrowers, the guy that owns his business, the guy that's expensing a lot of income coming through his business because that's the way he runs it, and he's just not qualifying, or she's just not qualifying with the tax returns. And we have a number of alternative income programs where we're able to get these folks the mortgage that they need to access the equity or to buy the house that they want to buy with verifying their income through alternative sources. You know, their bank statements, business bank statements. We even have programs where, you know, we could use your CPA's prepared profit and loss with no tax returns, no bank statements whatsoever, and we can get them into a home. So that's what we've really been seeing. A lot of those programs kind of tapered off during the pandemic, but a lot of them are back, and they've loosened the restrictions and the guidelines, and we're making a lot of people happy and getting them the loans they need when they cannot qualify through the conventional loans that are out there for everybody.
And by the way, tell the folks about where the rate is at right now so people can take advantage, because some good deals out there right now.
Oh, right now we've been writing a lot of stuff in the 2s, very low 3s, but a lot of loans in the 2s right now. So rates are still very, very low, and you definitely want to catch them before they go up.
All right, hometown guy, Eves is here for you, man, right here in Miami. Call him 786-930-4818, but they can take care of you if you're in other parts of the state or even the country. So you're watching the show all over the place, you can still call Eves. They'll be able to take care of you. 786-930-4818. Go to adreamlending.com is the website. Eves, thank you, my brother. Have a fantastic—
You're welcome. Thank you. Saturday, tomorrow, it's all about the you. Let's go, baby. You guys have a great day.
You got it, Eves. You be good, baby. There you go. Good stuff there, man. I love it. I love it. He's a good dude, man. So please call the folks at American Dream Lending if you're looking for a mortgage. There you go. These are the great people that support us. And so we need you to support our show, support the sponsors. And if you're looking for a mortgage company, trust me, they're good people. I've known them for a while. That's why I was glad that they wanted to team up with us, because I've known Eves, and Anthony is the other one. Anthony you don't see unless you go to the offices. You'll see Anthony. But Anthony's another guy that I've known for a long, long time. So good people, man, over there at American Dream Lending. Tell them I sent you. Make sure you tell them I sent you, okay? Big O, I would love to see UM stay toe-to-toe to the fourth quarter. The reality is the rest of the season and conference play, that will determine a successful team. I'm with you. You better run the table the rest of the way and beat North Carolina. All right, I gotta show you guys something. Now, you're going to tell me, is this pathetic? Is this ridiculous? Is it BS? Is he soft? All right, there's many things that I could do to what's it called, to describe this, okay? I want you to check this guy out. All right, and he goes to see Logan Paul. All right, and in the process, he is asking Logan Paul for a job. Now, this young man supposedly quit a job where he's making $100,000 a year because apparently he wasn't happy about what he was doing, and he wants to do something else. So I want you to watch this, and I want you to tell me what you think about all of this, because I have a couple things I want to say about this. So here's Logan Paul after a press conference. This guy apparently snuck into this press conference so he can meet Logan Paul and talk to him. Listen to this guy. Watch him.
I quit my job. No, wait, I did a story. I just talked to Logan Paul. I mean, like, he was just being nice, and I get it. Media, whatever, he has to be nice. Before I approached him, he was bragging about making $3 million. I'm making $100,000 a year. I'm 22. I do make $100,000. That's cool. And I want to act. I want to do these things. I'm going to break down right now. Oh, sitting in the casket. I don't know what to do. Like, I did come up here by myself. I do have family, but we're not the closest. And I don't have really close friends. You know, there's millions of people trying to do what I'm trying to do. Just watch this clip, okay? No, I quit my job. No, wait, I did a story. I quit my job legit 2 days ago. I came up here, took a risk. I'm originally from Ohio.
Did you sneak up here?
No, I didn't sneak in here. I didn't sneak. What do you mean sneak up?
Like on stage? Or you just like?
Yes, I did.
You wanted to sneak video.
Did you print the ticket and stuff? No, I just needed to talk to you. I'm trying to talk to your brother. I'm trying to talk about business. Trying to talk about trying to get a job. Like I want to do media. I've been trying to get.
What are you good at?
I was sending to dances. I did like that. I did that video. You know, like
yeah, you know. Oh, so you really got what it takes.
I don't.
Then why would I need a job? Well, why would I do that?
I want to be like. I'm 22 years old. I'm just trying.
I can't be a mentor right now. Right in my life, I'm fucked up myself. I need a mentor. You know what I'm saying? Like I need
connections. You need people be around you. Right?
No, I didn't have connections and people around. I have Jake. That's it. You have a brother. You have people. Friends.
I don't.
Friends? You got friends. You got.
I don't.
You don't have friends?
I don't. I swear to God. I'm here by myself.
Where you from?
I'm from North.
Bro, you're a good-looking guy, bro. You have friends, bro. You're fucking lying. You have friends. Go make content. Do stuff with your friends. I'm glad you quit your job. It takes balls to do that, bro. But like now you gotta act.
Try to make stuff.
So there's a part of me that says it's pathetic. There's a part of me that says, is this kid not right in the head? Is he suffering from, some kind of depression or something like that? Is he an attention whore? Is this kind of just putting people off? Because if you quit your job, then you're not making $100,000. You made $100,000 a year. And then are you that stupid? See, because I've run into friends and associates over the years that they quit a job without having another job. And, that's the moment where, me, if you're a good friend of mine and you do that, good friend, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. I'm going to say, dude, what kind of an idiot are you? You don't quit your job until you have another job ready to go. And so did you really quit $100,000 job to go up there to sneak into a press conference to talk to Logan Paul? And then when he asks you what you're good at, you're talking about some dancing? And then he said in the car, I want to do some media. What do you want to do? So I didn't know how to view that video. I'm confused about that video. I'm not sure what I'm watching with that guy, is the question.
I quit my job. No. Wait, it's a story. It's a story. I just talked to Logan Paul. I mean, like, he was just being nice, and I get it, media, whatever, he has to be nice. Before I approached him, he was bragging about making $3 million.
That's his money.
I'm making $100,000 a year.
So then why are you
22, I do make $100,000, that's cool. And I want to act. I want to do these things.
Well, go do them.
I'm going to break down right now.
Tears of a clown.
Oh, sitting in the casket.
Narcissism is rampant.
Like, I did come up here by myself. I do have family, but we're not the closest. And I don't have really close friends. There's millions of people trying to do what I'm trying to do. Just watch this clip, okay? No, I quit my job. No. Wait, it's a story. It's a story. I quit my job legit 2 days ago. I came up here, took a risk. I'm originally from Ohio.
Did you sneak up here?
No, I didn't sneak in here. I didn't sneak. What do you mean sneak up?
Like on stage? Or you just like?
Yes, I did.
You wanted to sneak video. Did you print the ticket and stuff?
No, I just needed to talk to you. I'm trying to talk to your brother. I'm trying to talk about business. Trying to talk about trying to get a job. Like I want to do media. I've been trying.
What are you good at?
I was sending to dances. I did like that. I did that video. Like
oh, so you really got what it takes.
I don't.
Then why would I need a job?
Well, why would I do that? I want to be like. I'm 22 years old. I'm just trying.
I can't be a mentor right now. Right in my life, I'm fucked up myself. I need a mentor. You know what I'm saying? Like I need
connections. You need people be around you. Right?
No, I didn't have connections and people around. I have Jake. That's it. You have a brother. You have people. Friends.
I don't.
Friends? You got friends.
I don't.
You don't have friends?
I don't. I swear to God. I'm here by myself.
Where you from?
I'm from North.
Bro, you're a good-looking guy, bro. You have friends, bro. You're fucking lying. You have friends. Go make content, do stuff with your friends. I'm glad you quit your job. It takes balls to do that, bro. But like now you gotta act.
Trying to make stuff.
I don't know. I see that and it's so sad. It's kind of pathetic is what I see with all of that. I don't view this as see, I'm not big on soft. I'm not big on oh woe is me. I've never see, I'm not that guy. So I've been knocked off the horse, and brother, you're not going to stop me from getting back on again. You know what I mean? I'm driven completely different than that dude right there. Because I'm not the guy that cries and pouts and all that. Something happens, okay, I deal with it, I move on, and I find the next challenge, and I turn the page. That's just me. But, wow, that's kind of embarrassing. And then when they ask you, like, so you think you got it or whatever, no, I don't. So then Logan goes, so why would I hire you? And I love the part where he goes, well, he's bragging about making $3 million. Well, that's his $3 million, dude. He doesn't have to share it with your ass. Just because he's making $3 million doesn't mean he has to hire you or anybody else. You know, whatever Logan and Jake Paul have got going on, it's good. Because those two kids are making boatloads of cash. So they have found a niche, and bless them, man, they're go-getters. But now, here's the other thing. Would you hire that dude for anything? Does that seem like the kind of guy you can really count on day in and day out and in tough moments? Because it doesn't seem like that to me. It's kind of pathetic, man. Kind of pathetic. The guy made $100K as a crash dummy. I read it while he was talking, but Pat in Nashville had a great one. Narcissism is rampant in today's society. Rick, the bad boy, says he wants to be in entertainment business. Yeah. Hawaiian Punch says, better yet, then he posts the video, today's generation. Ian from Brooklyn says, brah, get a grip. Pathetic. You better go back to your job, homie. You never leave a job unless you secured the other one. Amen to that. Danny Ogus says, might be his 15 minutes of fame and he's running with it. It worked when we're talking about him on your show, or he's a wackadoodle. I think that kind of video would scare you away from the guy, is what he would do. One, he's not smart, right? Because he quit a job without having another job. That doesn't sound like the kind of guy you really want part of your business. 22, the world is your oyster, and you're up here crying on social media. This generation is soft as AF. And it is, by the way. It is. These kids nowadays, soft as hell, dude. Soft as hell. And it's mostly the parents' fault that they're raising soft-ass kids. Michael Newbold says, I think it's drama fake. It's about camera time and reaction seeking. Just goes to show you almost the amount of narcissism in the world is astounding. And you know why you and Pat are probably 1,000% right? While he's crying, he then goes, just watch the clip. So it's kind of like, it seems kind of staged at that moment. Like he's got it all set up. You know what I'm saying? So yes, I'm with you there. Mob Rule goes, growing up with participation trophies and safe spaces does not prepare you for the real world. Truly a sad state of affairs. And ain't that the truth, dude? There are so many kids nowadays that they really don't realize what's coming their way. But they don't. They have zero clue about what's coming their way. Nothing. And once real life hits them and they figure out, that's rough. Hawaiian Punch, was he wearing a participation ribbon? Drago, it's idiots like that. It's idiots like that off themselves. people always bail them out and stand up on your own. I don't even know if that guy can actually stand up on his own. The cap, he went straight to tears. Yeah, you're right. Ragin says, not all of kids today's are soft. I teach college courses. Some whine about everything and some take everything I throw at them in stride. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right about that. There are some outliers. That's the way I'll look at it. There are some outliers. But in general, it's a soft-ass society. But yeah, there are some outliers. Not a ton, but some outliers. Yes. But I think most of these kids, they're not ready for real life, man. They're not ready for the life that's awaiting them. They're too sensitive. Way too sensitive. And they're sensitive about things you say to them. Like, really? You fold because of certain words? That's what's different with prior generations. People could kind of, either ignore, rebut, whatever it is, but it wasn't something that made you fold your tent and go hiding and cowering in a corner. And that happens a little too much in today's society, that these kids fold like a cheap tent. Let's see. They're taught to live off government. I don't know, but man, that just doesn't fly for me. I got to be honest. But anyway, I just wanted to play that for you because I thought that was actually kind of funny. All right. Remember, you can reach out to us at Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. That's Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. Okay, so you have that nutbag, if he's a nutbag, if you can consider him a nutbag. And then you have this nutbag. And I use the term loosely when I say this because talking about this situation is one that I don't know how to put it, but it's kind of disturbing. Okay. So apparently a guy named Tyson Gilbert. Okay. Tyson Gilbert. You got to listen to this story. So Tyson Gilbert was trying to get away from cops. So according to a TV station, the Tennessee man Tyson Gilbert ends up cutting off his penis and threw it at the police while they were on a high-speed chase. That's right. Tennessee Highway Patrol Trooper Bobby Johnson. Isn't it funny that a trooper is named Bobby Johnson chasing a man cutting off his Johnson? We'll leave it there. Anyway, he detailed the pursuit, stating, when I pulled up behind him and turned my lights on, he took off and refused to stop. He was all over the road the whole time. Well, who wouldn't be? Can you drive in a straight line while you're cutting off your penis? Think about that one. Let that one marinate in your mind. Yeah, I'm going to try to hold the steering wheel and all. You ever try to drive with your knee? Like, I can do that. I can drive with my knee for all over the place. I can use the other knee and I can turn and everything and all that. I've done it before. And seriously, I have. I can do that. But think about this. You can't, you need the hands to cut your penis off while you're driving. And you can't really use your knees because I was thinking about the knee thing, right? But how can you keep your knees while you're trying to drive? So you can imagine he's all over the place. And did he cut it on one fell swoop? Or was he like sawing? I don't know. And then here's the other thing. What would make you think by throwing a penis at a cop named Johnson, he's going to stop? Oh, I got to stop the chase right now and pick up that penis. I don't get that one. So he was all over the road. He turned off on Old Liberty Road and came to a stop, the other kind. He opened his door. He was naked and covered in blood. He then shut his door and kept driving. Now, the double whammy is the man got caught, he went to jail, and now he has no penis. and he got arrested by a guy named Johnson. I mean, you can't write this shit up. I mean, this takes the Bobbitt story to an entire new level. Right? Where does he think throwing my penis out the window or can you imagine if it landed on the windshield? You know what the cop's going to do? It's going to hit the wiper, it'll knock it off, and he'll keep the chase going. Johnson goes, is that a Johnson on my windshield? I mean, that's a wacky story right there. Okay, now that, my friends, is as wacky as it gets. Speaking of a guy that will never be able to whack off. All right. Having said all of that, we are now going to take a really, really short break. Why? Because we got our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report with Manny Navarro, and he's got to follow that. That's next.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
All righty, we are back. I can see Manny was laughing already from hearing that. And by the way, Hawaiian Punch goes, thank God there's no video on this one, Big O. Yes, there is.
Oh, no.
All cop cars have videos. Now, whether they want to release it or not, that's a whole different ballgame. But, you know, maybe they'll release the Johnson & Johnson video. I have no idea. Now, you got to admit, Manny, it is a trip that the guy's cutting off his penis, and there's a guy named Johnson that's chasing him. I mean, you can't write that shit. And again, Manny, think about this. How do you cut your penis off in the middle of driving?
Right. Well, what was he doing? I mean, what's the point of that? I don't understand the whole cutting the Johnson off. I mean, did he have drugs in there or something? I mean, what?
I have no idea, man. Wow.
I don't get it.
They know where the penis fell, because if they caught like the video of him throwing it, they always say, hey, he threw something out. You know, What was it, a gun? No, I think it was his penis. No, I have no idea. I mean, you know, he probably saw just something flying out. He probably didn't even know what the hell it was. And then after, obviously, that is just an interesting story. All right. The real question is, how many Canes fans will feel like cutting their penises off after that Alabama Canes game? That's the question that we have for you, Manny, after that game. All right, so let's get to it. The boys, one of the things that I talked about earlier on the show, and I'm a little uneasy with it. I feel bad for the young man. The amount of pressure that Derek King has on this game, because he's the guy, dude. He's the guy the only guy that we feel like can really play at an elite level to help this team win. And he's got to go out there and be perfect. And this young man has to play his first game fresh from a knee surgery, and he's playing against Alabama and the best team in the country. And the expectations for Derek King are always high. And the fact that he's able to come back, I think we're also to a certain extent, some of us might be a little bit unrealistic about him too in his first game back, because man, we need to take into account what this young man has been through this entire offseason. There's a lot expected on him. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders.
Yeah, there is. There's definitely a lot on his shoulders. The one thing I'll say about him, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember him having a bad game for the Hurricanes, right? I mean, this guy, since the moment he's been here.
There were a couple bad passes early that he didn't connect. He was having some issues with accuracy and all that kind of stuff, but then it got better as the season went on. And you're right. He he was never the issue. Let's put it that way.
He's never been the problem. And, to me, he's risen to the occasion a lot of times for Miami.
Yeah.
He's stepped up and made a lot of plays. And the one thing you have to say about him is he's not scared. And he's been in these big games before. When he was at Houston, he played Oklahoma. His team didn't win, but he played in that game. I thought he played decently. You look back at last year's game against Clemson, he wasn't the problem. So to me, I think you can expect Derek King to show up and play his best in this game because outside of the knee injury, there's nothing you can really question him on. I think the guy prepares. I think the guy is focused. I think he's a great leader. So, while there's certainly a lot of pressure on him to deliver, I don't think there's been many instances where he's disappointed us per se.
No, I'm with you. There's zero times that kid has this. He's been phenomenal, man, on and off the field. He's a great example. And that's the other thing that you're going to be able to use with Derek King for years to come is that this is a guy you want to follow and you want to use him as an example of how to carry yourself in the program and how to play and also how to be a team guy, because as you've mentioned, you've enlightened us on these NIL deals, how he's gone out of his way to make sure he includes his teammates, which is not something that, maybe it's something that would be overlooked. And some of these kids I don't know if the Ohio State kid that's getting $1 million a year is going to do anything for anybody else. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, I think that's important. I think that's the one thing that Manny Diaz has to feel very blessed about, right? Is that when they badly needed a quarterback to come in and provide leadership to this team, this guy's done it beyond the football field. He's done it off the field during a very important time of change in college football where guys are all of a sudden making money. There could be jealousy. And I really do think for the most part, almost every scholarship player on this team follows Derek's lead. I mean, there might be one or two, buffoons, but I think for the most part, you think back to 2 years ago when Miami lost to FIU, right? And Jaron Williams, who's now the third string quarterback at USF. Think about where the program was then and where it is now going into this game. I don't know where Miami would be without Derek King. I really don't. Last year we would have had N'Kosi Perry probably as quarterback. We'd be having a QB controversy. Is it Jake Garcia, Tyler Van Dyke making their first start against Alabama? It'd be a nuts situation without Derek King.
Hoot, by the way, for N'Kosi Perry.
Yeah,
he is the starter at FAU, man. You know what? I thought he showed some maturity the way, at first he started with the immaturity, and it seemed like he started to grow up on the back end of his run here at the University of Miami. And obviously now he gets the opportunity at FAU and gets to start. He seems to me like he's a decent kid, and it's somebody you want to pull for, because it also looks to me like he kind of, it looked like he matured and kind of learned his lesson. Now, whether he becomes whatever at quarterback, that's a whole different ball game. But it seems to me like he started to handle maturity and other things a much better way as he grew up a little bit. Is that true?
Yeah, I think there's no doubt. I think N'Kosi Perry is a perfect example of a kid who needed to be brought up in the old school, right? Where their first 2 or 3 years of college, they're not playing. They're basically sitting behind a bunch of other guys that are veterans, learning from them. And Miami wasn't afforded that. I mean, it was basically him and Jaron like, hey, one of you guys has to be the leader. And I think last year, being in the quarterback room with Rhett Lashley, being with Derek King really rubbed off on that kid and really made him realize like, hey, I've got a talent. I can play this position at the D1 level. Let me grow up and give myself a serious chance. And so I think without question, I really hope N'Kosi does well. You think back to that video and everything else that came out his first 2 years at Miami. You thought, man, this is another one of those kids that's going to be a bust. And now he's the starting quarterback at FAU. He's got 2 years of eligibility left, and he's got a chance to make something of himself. And that's what's important.
Yeah. And listen, you can get noticed there. So if he goes out there and balls out, he still has a chance to have some kind of a pro career if that's what he wants. So that's the beauty of where he's at right now. There's a couple of dudes already in the NFL straight from that school. So he's got an opportunity to get there. So I find myself intrigued now. You know, I support FAU and FIU just because I'm a UM fan. I want the hometown teams to do well. But I know that I'm going to be a little bit more focused on FAU this year because of Perry, and I'm going to be rooting for the kid, actually. So, all right, Manny, do me the I don't know, give me the information, break it down for me. Is there a logical way that Miami can beat Alabama? Do you see that? And what is that logical way in your eyes?
They've got to be the run defense they were a few years ago. They've got to be excellent. They got to completely make Alabama one-dimensional, make Bryce Young beat them in his first career start, and play the perfect game. I mean, offensively, they can't have turnovers. They can't be making mistakes. They've got to put points on the board against a really tough defense. And then, to me, it's the other side of the ball. It's the run defense. Can Manny Diaz have a tremendous effect on this group in year one, in game one? And that's a lot to ask. That's why they're 19-point underdogs or whatever. You know, look, I think this defense is going to get better as the year goes on. I think it was smart to put Keontra Smith into the starting lineup. I think it was good to move Amari Carter into the box because Amari Carter is still a good player. He's still fast. He can cover. You know, he could certainly hit people. We've seen him do that a lot. You know, so I think, you know, these are sort of the necessary changes that Man needed to make. I think the one area everybody's going to question him is, should you have taken in a linebacker through the transfer portal? And if these guys are not doing a good job tackling, if Corey Flagg struggles, if you have injuries and you're sitting there saying, man, they should have taken that kid from Texas who ended up at Tennessee, then I think, you know, that's fair game because Manny had the opportunity to sign him and didn't. The kid wanted to come here. So that's going to be the whole season to me. Can they play run defense the way they used to under Manny Diaz? Because when Jess Simpson and Manny Diaz were together in 2018, and yes, they had Gerald Willis at defensive tackle having a ridiculous year. They were one of the best run defenses in the country. I mean, they were leading in tackles for loss. They were leading in sacks. Their defense in 2018, even though they were 7-6 and horrible offensively, that was one of the best defenses in the country. And so Manny has proven he can get those guys to that point. The question is, you know, did he make the right decisions going smaller and faster with some of his linebackers?
Okay, so that's the follow-up I have with that, because I do have an issue with that, because I love people that say, well, they're smaller, but they're quick, and that speed will make a difference. And they keep thinking that the Alabama got a bunch of two-toe sloths on their team, and they don't. They have big, fast human beings on that team. They have the best athletes in the country on that team. So they could be just as fast or faster than UM and stronger and bigger than them. So I don't buy this. I'm sorry. I think people are kind of kidding themselves that they think, you know what it is? I think there's a lot of old school people that are falling for the banana in the tailpipe from Jimmy Johnson back in the 80s when he first started this whole thing of the faster defense and those kind of things. That's changed already at this point, 30 years later. The guys nowadays are freakish athletes with freakish sizes now. And so to me, that's where I disagree with the philosophy that some say that the faster, smaller Canes can be more effective against them on Saturday. I think it's going to be a lot of what we saw with Nebraska years ago during the probation and Butch Davis, that Nebraska wore them down in that bowl game. Remember? I think there's going to be a lot of those kind of characteristics in this one, that these guys are bigger, stronger, and just as fast, and they're just going to wear your ass down in the second half.
I mean, look, these guys have continued to recruit an elite level. I mean, it's not like all of a sudden Alabama lost all those first-round picks and those guys are gone and they don't have guys more than capable of replacing them. It's just this is going to be the first game where these guys get that opportunity. And so I agree with you. I mean, I think, the big difference is everybody in college football runs spread now. They spread the field out. It really challenges defenses to tackle well in the open field. And when you go with smaller linebackers, even if they're fast, I mean, if those offensive linemen are well coached, they're going to get your hands on you, and you're not going to be anywhere close to being able to make a play. So to me, this game comes down to defensive tackle. Can Miami create enough havoc with those guys where they disrupt some running lanes and they make it hard at the point of attack? Because if Miami's defensive tackles are getting pushed backwards and they're rotating guys in and nothing's working, it's the same sort of rotation. Yeah, they got 8 guys, but all of them are getting pushed backwards. It's going to be a really long day for Miami. It just is, because they don't have the linebackers to wrap up and to hold on to these guys. That's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8 yards down the field every time Alabama hands the ball off. So to me, this is where John Ford, Nessa Silvera, Jared Harrison, Hunt, all of those guys at the defensive tackle position that have been here 3, 4, now going on 5 years for some of them, that's where they have to be not good, but elite. They've got to be difference makers, because if they're just average, well, average doesn't work against Alabama. I don't care what the names are on the back of the jersey, because the talent level year in, year out there at that offensive line is just ridiculous. So, yes, they don't have all 5 returning starters back. They've got Evan Neal at left tackle. They got Emil Ekiyor at right guard. But shit, that's 2 really good players, and I'm sure the other 3 guys around them are going to be really good.
Yeah, exactly. They'll have other 5-star guys that are going to be there. What's your prediction, my brother? What did you pick?
Yeah, I think Miami's going to stay in the game, and the only reason I say that is because I do think they're going to have some success offensively. I don't think they're going to be turning the ball over. I don't think they're going to be giving Alabama extra possessions, or, I think they're going to pick up some first downs, move the chains. I think they're going to have some success running the football. I just don't think it's going to be enough. I think Alabama wins this game by 10, 11 points, and I don't think it's really close in the fourth quarter. I think it's one of those deals where, Miami, it's one of those 2-score deals where, like, oh, can they get it to 1 score? I think that's the kind of game we're going to see. But I think, Bryce Young's going to struggle. I think you saw it yesterday with Ohio State's quarterback, right? The first half, they were losing. His first start, he wasn't very sharp in the first half. And then all of a sudden, the second half, he's hitting guys wide open down the field. Well, Ohio State has better receivers right now than Alabama does. And that's just because they're returning guys who have experience. So I think in this game, it's going to take a little while for Alabama's offense to, create the big plays. I think they're going to have long possessions as well, try to run it right down Miami's throat. So I think this is a, 31-20, 34-20 type game.
Man, if that happens, I'll be incredibly happy with that. And let me tell you, I'm going to give Manny Diaz a lot of props, because that means he did a really good job of coaching, because I have to be honest, he doesn't have the talent that Alabama has, and he's not the coach that Saban is. So if he's able to keep it that close, Manny, kudos to you, and I'm going to be a pretty happy camper on Monday for that one and for the show. As always, my brother, appreciate you. What do you got going on tomorrow? Game day at the Athletic, so folks can check it out.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a live blog going during the game as usual. I'll be sharing my thoughts through there, as well as on Twitter during the game, and, lots of coverage from the game. Unfortunately, I'm not going. My wife still COVID positive, and I'd be an irresponsible husband if I left her here with 2 kids being COVID positive. Yes. So I'm not getting on that plane. But I will be watching.
Don't leave out the fact that she's also going to kick your ass for leaving.
Right,
too.
Right. That's the real reason I'm staying home.
Okay, all right. Let's be honest
now. So I'll be home watching the game, but all the interviews and all that stuff I'll be able to get. And sometimes I honestly feel like, watching it on TV is better than being there. Yes, you can see things that other people can't see, but honestly, I mean, a lot of times I'm sitting there in the stadium. I've got the TV broadcast on because they're giving us updates that we won't get otherwise, sideline updates and things of that nature. So, but
you're my world, bro. I no longer did the beat thing and watching at home. I get to watch multiple games. So as a talk show host, it's better for me. I get to rewind. I get to take notes. I can be relaxed. And so for me, it's actually you're way more productive watching it from home. And technically, since you can't walk into the locker rooms anymore, watching it on TV and getting everything else virtual like everybody else, you're really not missing anything, dude.
No,
really.
not at all.
The only thing you're missing is maybe a Whataburger or a Chick-fil-A or something that you could have enjoyed while you're out there.
Well, what's crazy is I won't travel now till October 16th to the North Carolina game because everything else will be home games for the next few weeks after this Alabama game. So that's good news for Miami. They'll get 4 straight home games, and hopefully at that point they're 5-0 or 4-1.
That would be really nice, man, if that happens. Follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro, and make sure you subscribe to The Athletic because he does excellent work there. Manny, as always, thank you, sir. I appreciate you immensely.
No problem, Big O. Good talking to you.
There you go. The great Manny Navarro with our Canes Wear Miami Hurricanes report. And you get it twice a week here on Le Programme. So make sure you come on out and check us out twice a week so you can catch our Canes Wear Miami Hurricanes report with the one and only Manny Navarro.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Thank you. Thanks to the folks at Caneswear, Brett, and all the great people out there always doing great work for us. And I'm not lying. I am going to pay a little more attention to FAU. Not that they're going to beat Florida tomorrow, but I do want to see N'Kosi Perry and see what he does. They play tomorrow at 7:30 FAU. And congratulations to FIU. They beat Tiny Toy Tech yesterday. Butch Davis finally won something, 48-10 against Long Island University. Who wouldn't even know that they would have a football team? The Price kid, the running back, had 165 yards and 4 touchdowns yesterday for FIU. Really, really nice. But again, FIU did not win a game last year. I just wonder, for those of you out there, can I ask you, just a follow-up now, are you still believing the Butch Davis bullshit? Those of you Canes fans that were dying to get Butch Davis hired or anything like that, did you notice that he can't even dominate that conference? Something Lane Kiffin was able to do. That's why he's at a bigger school. I'm just wondering. There was even no Lane Kiffin last year, and he couldn't win a game. I just, because I've had this conversation with several of you Canes fans over the years, because I think Butch Davis, yeah, he had a great run as a recruiter at the University of Miami. And yes, he's a terrific defensive coordinator. He's not a good head coach. He never has been a good head coach. He's not an X's and O's guy, not going to outcoach you, not going to outsmart you. He's never been that guy. Yet somehow or another, there's some of you Canes fans over the decades that you still haven't figured that out. And I'm just wondering, because I would always, those kind of Canes fans that I would talk to him, I would then say, so what did he do at North Carolina, dude? If he's so good, why couldn't he win anything in North Carolina? What's the best thing he did there? What, beat Randy Shannon and Al Golden? That's not, beating those kind of coaches is not impressive. I think it was only Shannon, right? He didn't even play Golden. And then at FIU, what's he done? It's a terrible conference. And he can't even dominate. Lane Kiffin took his lunch more often than not. I'm just wondering, did you realize it already? Not that Manny Diaz is the answer anyway, not that Al Golden was, not that Randy Shannon was, but I wanted to tell you that if you would have hired this guy, same crap would have happened. Listen, some people have a run and something goes well in their lives for a short amount of time in sports. This happens all the freaking time. Nick Foles will never recapture that magic of winning the Super Bowl and everything going well for him that year. That's the last time that'll ever happen. He's a backup quarterback. He's a jag. He's a backup. He's a solid backup, but that's what he is. But 1 year, for a couple of weeks, for a couple of months, the stars aligned, all ducks fell in a row, and Nick Foles took it all and was never able to play like that ever again. And this happens in football all the time. John Gruden won a Super Bowl. Does not make him a great coach. And he proved it, because after he won Tampa, he destroyed the team as the years went on. It progressively got worse. And somehow or another, some Raiders fans think that Chucky was the answer, the guy that they would call a quarterback guru and has never developed a quarterback in his life. This happens in sports all the time. Not everybody that wins is a genius. Not everybody that wins is as good as you think they are. Sometimes you had a good week, a good month, and maybe a good year. But the really good ones, the really good coaches, they win all the time, bro. They win all the time. No matter where they go, they win all the time, right? Saban won at Michigan State. Then he won a championship at LSU. And now he's winning at Alabama. He wins everywhere he goes. I may not like Urban Meyer whatsoever, but he won at Bowling Green and won at Utah, won at Florida, and won at Ohio State. Cheating dude, lying dude, whatever, but he won. When you're good, you win wherever you're at. You get it done. Butch never got it done in North Carolina, never got it done at FIU. I mean, he went winless last year. You think a really good coach goes winless in a crappy conference? Come on, man. So I'm just wondering, any of you out there, are you ready for, oh no, Butch Davis is a great.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
Just saying. Just saying. But anyway. But they beat Long Island University. They got Texas State next week. All right. Texas State, isn't that where Kathy Ireland kicks? Texas State, right? Is that it? Right? I'm pretty sure. That's a hot kicker. Kathy Ireland. Damn, bro. That's a smoking kicker. Texas State. I think I might go to that game just to see Kathy Ireland kick. How many people are not getting what I'm saying? I'm wondering. Right? How many people are going, what is he talking about? I'll leave you out there all alone. I'm not going to even say it. Can I talk about something that we're doing now in sports to torture a man? I mean, listen, dude, it's tough enough to lose your job. I can't imagine, because think about this. When it happens to us in jobs, it's usually 40, 50 years later, right? You're a photographer, you're a great photographer, but then you've been at it for 50 years, but now your eyes are failing you, your body, this and that. You don't have the same mobility to go get the different angles, and your eyes aren't working the same and all that stuff. And so you're not the same photographer you can't be anymore, right? You were a teacher and you taught kids for a long time, but you're in your 45th year and you're probably now slowing down a little too much to deal with the kids and everything else. And it's overwhelming. You're just not the same teacher anymore. You get old. You got to move on, right? It happens to all of us in almost every walk of life. A cop cannot be a cop on the beat till he's 80 years old, right? At one point, he's too old to be, or she's too old to be a cop, and they've got to take you off the street, put you behind a desk, and eventually they got to push your ass out to retirement, correct? Right? So, but when our skills deteriorate, okay, it's something that it happens at our older years. I'm 54. I've been doing radio for 31 years. I've been doing it for a long time, a lot longer than any athlete pretty much does their career, right? And I probably can do this for several more years, but at one point or another, it's going to get to a point where, maybe I'm out of tune. Maybe I'm not really focusing in on everything that's going on and I can't handle it, or maybe I'm slowing down. Maybe I don't have the same energy anymore that you bring to the table, because to me, that's also part of radio, is having energy, right? So eventually my skills will erode, that I will not be able to do this just like anything else in life. Correct? But when it happens to us, it happens at an age that we can understand. It sucks, but we kind of, okay, dude, I'm getting a little old for this. Okay. But think about an athlete. You get old in your 30s. You're almost over the hill when you hit 30, 31, they start saying. Yeah, and some guys can last a little longer, but yeah, I know Tom Brady's eating, avocado ice cream and all that stuff, and he's 406 years old. I get that, but he's the outlier. Let's go with the term today, the outlier. Cam Newton. I feel bad for him, man. I feel bad for him because now, after he gets cut by the Patriots, now the media is doing a real son of a bitch move. Okay, so the guys at Washington now are going to ask Ron Rivera, hey, Ron, well, you played with Cam and, you've got your quarterback situation with Fitz, this, that. What do you think about Cam Newton? Well, we're happy with our quarterbacks. So now, publicly, we are now getting coaches to just cut him again and tell him again, your skills have eroded. We no longer need a quarterback like you. And then he's got to hear it. And so now what is the media doing? They're going to all the teams where he could possibly play. What happened next? Dallas. They went and asked Dallas, hey, what do you think about Cam Newton? Mike McCarthy's like, nah, we're fine. We like the guys that we have, yada, yada, yada. And so that's all they, let's go ask Arizona, and let's go ask Seattle, right? And let's go ask Baltimore, which is also another one. These are the places. Who knows? They're probably going to tell, hey, why don't we ask Coach Flo too? But now Cam has to hear that. And then that has to be replayed. And then the talking heads on all these talk shows. Well, Washington says they're not interested in Cam. Cam is running out of options. I mean, isn't it tough enough for him to deal with the skills eroding, or he not being good enough anymore to do that because he's not a great passer? And that's what's ultimately hurt Cam, because the running quarterback can only get you so far. At one point or another, you're going to have to do things with your arm. And he cannot do the things you need with his arm on a consistent basis because he's not even close to being accurate. But I have to say that I feel for the guy, because he now has to kind of relive getting cut over and over again and hearing from other people that they're not interested in his services. And they're checking with teams that they feel can use his kind of, talents. Obviously, there's plenty of offenses. And that's what I think happened in New England in the end. They wanted to go back to a traditional passing offense like they had with Brady for many years. They didn't want to get into this running quarterback stuff, because the running quarterback you have is not a good enough passer. So when they do stop you and you can't use your legs to beat them, can you beat them with your arm? And people don't believe that Cam Newton can beat you with his arm. But I find it somewhat cruel what's going on, because like the guy has to watch it and then kind of relive it now. And I don't know, man. It's kind of tough to watch, I gotta say. By the way, Marlins back in action tonight against the Phillies. Jesus Luzardo is on the mound. The the Parkland kid, right? I think he's from Parkland, if I'm correct. They lost to the Mutts yesterday, 4-3. They're 55-79. They're 21 losses away from 100, and there's 28 games left. Can they win more than 7 games in the next 28 so they can avoid 100 losses? That, my friends, is the question. What else did I wanted to? I had to. Yes, I mentioned it a little bit with Omar, but I want perspective, and I talk about this all the time. We use Gesicki as an example recently. People gave up on Gesicki after 1 year. They all ate their words. People have given up on Austin Jackson after 1 year. People have given up on Tua after 1 year. People have given up on Michael Dieter after a couple of years. So I get all of this that, we don't have patience. We don't give people the benefit of the doubt if they deserve it. And now we come to these determinations quickly, some of us. And while Jalen Waddle has looked pretty good overall, especially in that Atlanta week, kind of showed you a little glimpse of what could go on in practice and in the game. And you were like, okay, well, this is a kid that, this is going to be scary to get this guy on the field. It's going to be awesome. But again, some of the other draft picks that I've talked about that have not performed, except for Gesicki, which of course broke out already. But some of the other guys that some people have given up on. And they're not doing it per se in Detroit. They're not doing it with Devonta Smith either. But with in Cincinnati with not Devonta Smith, with oh God, I'm forgetting the LSU kid now. Anyway, you know who I'm talking about. Somebody post it for me, please. So, man, what is his name now? Can't believe I'm forgetting his damn name. But anyway, so the kid's having problems with the dropsies, right? And now Penei Sewell has gotten beat for a few sacks and has struggled with pass rushers at this level. Thank you, Jamar Chase. Appreciate you. Thank you. And again, in Cincinnati, they're not saying Jamar Chase is a bust, but it is something that they're talking about, the drops, which happens. Penei Sewell struggles. And I want Dolphin fans, some Dolphin fans, to have a little bit more perspective. And because sometimes I think some Dolphin fans think that it's only their rookies that struggle sometimes. Sometimes Dolphin fans think that it's only their free agents that don't work out. Some Dolphin fans think, well, they'll eventually be a loser because that's what they've been for 20 years. So I get it. You're stuck in this rut that you're kind of used to all this crap happening to you. And to convince you that things are different, it's hard. But I want you to look at Penei Sewell and I want you to look at Jamar Chase. 2 young men who I still think are going to be terrific players when it's all said and done, but they're struggling right now. And some of you Dolphins would be calling for Chris Greer's head. You'd be calling Penei Sewell a bum. You'd be telling, we should have gotten Jalen Waddle. We should have gotten Devonta Smith. We should have gotten Jamar Chase. And what happens here happens in other places. And what I mean by that is young people struggle and then young people find their way in and they figure it out. Sometimes it takes them no time to do it, like a Zach Thomas. Sometimes it takes them a couple of months, like a Nick Needham, to start playing better. And sometimes it takes you a year or two to really figure it out. Paul Soliai, it took him to year 4 to become a really good player. And most Dolphins fans love Paul Soliai and what he did here. But if you tell them, hey, you know that Paul Soliai pretty much sucked for 3 years. And then they'll look at you like, the RCA dog. And it's like, well, then, you remember after, but you don't remember early. Like a lot of people don't remember that Pat Surtain could not find his way the first year either. A lot of people don't remember that Jason Taylor had some injuries and wasn't his Jason Taylor self for a couple years. But that's fine. You want to be convenient and not remember that. Some of you are a little too young, so you don't know about those things, so you don't have that point of reference. Patience, ladies and gentlemen. You must be patient. I'm patient. And you must show patience. Because Penei Sewell and there's Jamar Chase struggling. Can you imagine if Fuller is, if Waddle is dropping the passes that Chase does, you guys would be losing your minds. You'd be firing Chris Greer on the spot. I also love that a lot of you that get on the fire Chris Greer bandwagon, it's after one person that fails, but you don't look at the other 5 or 10 or 15 people that succeed. I love it. Dougie Fresh says, "Oh, I woke up listening to you, repaired my roof, came back, and you were still grinding. Finishing my time machine calculations, you're still grinding. IG massage complete and still grinding." That's because we grind. That's how we are on this one right here. We grind. We grind in life. Ian from Brooklyn says, Jerry Rice had the drops early in his career. How'd that work out? And he ran a 4.6 out of college. He ran a 4.6. And he pulled away from everybody in football. He got behind every defense. And when he caught it right with the DB, somehow or another, he was pulling away from the guy, and he ran a 4.6. That's right. Don't also go by combine numbers sometimes. But again, who was it? It was Terrell Suggs, I believe. Terrell Suggs, did Terrell Suggs go to Arizona State or Arizona? It was Arizona State, whatever. He had like 28 sacks or 29 sacks or something like that. And he ran like a 5-something. And he fell like at the bottom end of the first round. And now he's going to the Hall of Fame for the Baltimore Ravens. But you have your people that are, they fall in love with some jumping or some running or whatever at the combine. I've told those of you that have followed me for years, and I've gone to the combine for 20 years. And I tell you all the time, I don't give a shit about any of that. I go for information and go find out about free agents and all that. Some of you are like, hey, did you see what this guy lifted and what that guy ran? I don't care. That has nothing to do with whether he's going to be a good player or not. I never get hung up on any of those stupid things because they have nothing to do with whether you're going to be a good or bad football player. Now, I want to know about your meeting with the team and on the chalkboard. Did you get everything right or everything wrong? Were you able to communicate? Did you know what the hell you were talking about? Those are things I want to know. What was his injury history? Does he have anything that team should be concerned about? That's what I want to know. I don't give a shit what you did in the shuttle. Kiss my ass with that. I don't care what you did in the high jump. I can watch you on a football field playing the game. I can tell if you can jump. I can tell if you can run. I can tell if you can catch. I don't need you to have a good week on the what's that called? The when you catch one ball or the other, what's that thing called? The whatever. Why? Because you caught every ball. That's it. I got to draft you. Get the hell out of here with that crap. Arizona State it was. Thank you, GP Trap. I knew it was one of those two. Go look at the story. He ran like a really slow 40, and he ended up dropping in the draft just because he ran a slow 40. How stupid is that? Did you look at he had 4,000 sacks? That's what counts, dude. That's what Ozzie Newsome said. That's what counts. Oh, man. Love all of you out there. Thank you all. Jeff Ireland moved up and drafted Deion Jordan, and they didn't call for his job right away. Well, we were calling for his job for a long time, sir. For a long time. Big O, remember Mike Mamula? The guy had a monster combine and didn't do much. Yep. And the Eagles fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. Yep. I'm with you there. All right, folks. We got to thank Omar Kelly. We thank Manny Navarro and, of course, Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro for Inside the Paint. Eve Sham, by the way, from American Dream Lending. Please call them 786-930-4818 if you're looking for a mortgage and a mortgage company that you can trust and they're going to work hard for you. American Dream Lending. Make sure you call them. We thank all of you for reaching out. We thank those of you that made a donation to our show, Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. Or if you did it on the Super Chat, thank you all out there. We will see you tomorrow We will be on tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. to 12:30. All right? 11 a.m. to 12:30. We'll see you then. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Joe Shad, Alan Poupart will join us. We'll have two of our Dolphin insiders. So I get it. I take it there'll be a lot of Dolphins talk tomorrow on the show. I love you all. You all be great out there. We'll see you on Saturday, baby. And we will rock
When you're
out.
ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.